We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
So Nakshi, can you hear me? Because Nachiket says my voice was not clear. I can change my headphones.
I hear you clearly right now, Parag.
It's fine, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. So it seems that the IGF website itself is down actually right now.
It is, yeah, it's been down for like the past hour or so at least.
And so it's already time, but let's Sonakshi give 5-10 minutes because I mean it's been difficult, people registering and all.
Okay,
but
sure.
It's up to you and DP and tell us when to start.
Parminder, I do a short intro piece for the first session. Is that right?
Yes,
5 minutes.
Is it just me or is Sean a lot of echo?
Okay, I'm going to have to turn off.
Lots of echo.
I don't know how.
Is your other computer?
I'm hearing Sean okay.
Yeah, because he's got two computers on. I think that was why.
Yeah, but I have the other one muted, but so I don't know what's going on. But it's okay now, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fine now.
Okay, good, thanks. Parminder, I do a very short intro, isn't that correct, for the first session?
Yes, you would give it, and yes, you will background this whole workshop in the manner you best want it, including the way you were talking about the IGF. And I think there are two backgrounds to the workshop. One is the JNC and one is IGF. And both.
Well, I suggest you do then the JNC, and I'll do a short bit on the IGF relating to the kind of presentation I did in the pre-IGF. I'll only be 5 minutes, and it really is not an intro per se. It's just to say why this whole thing is important.
Yeah.
Cedric, can I just request you to rename your Zoom chat name? Are you able to do that?
I don't think you can rename yourself, can you?
Yeah, no, I don't have access either. So
No, even he can't rename himself.
I'm not sure I can.
This is identity theft going on officially.
Screen recording.
Oh, your voice
Sound is very bad.
Very clear. It's echoing.
Sound is bad.
Yeah, it's very bad.
The reason there's feedback here actually is if I'm in the conference hall, so I think if there's sound coming back through the speakers, but I think it's fixed now. It's not to do with my own laptop.
I'm sorry, is it better now?
Yes.
Okay.
How do we get to go ahead to be live? Can people actually tune in right now?
I'm not actually sure because, a colleague of mine is telling me that people are not able to actually access the schedule at the moment.
I'll ask the techie people here.
So I don't know if they don't have email links beforehand, it's probably going to be very difficult for them to while the site is down. So
yeah, I think a lot. You're supposed to go join through the website links, and then most people will plan to do that because the process of getting that link emailed to you is quite convoluted, as we all found out.
well recognized, Yokeling. I've done this twice.
Actually, it's across the whole system. It's across the whole UN system. they can't
Right.
quite figure out. I think the same thing with that Unido, not Unido, Unico, whatever. There's something for conference registration. You have the same problem with side events and all that. Yeah.
Yeah. But hey, Jamila is here, so maybe she can tell us. Hi, Jamila. Are people able to access, because the site is down, we're not sure if participants are able to log in at the moment.
Deepti, could I come in? I did ask the technical people right here, and they're telling me that right now we are live and there's about 17 people, but I don't know, is that, yes, I can see the 17 participants there. Is that just ourselves or who is it?
Yes, it is us and a couple more people. Oh no, what I meant to say.
Oh.
The people who are planning to join via the website are probably having troubles because the site is down. That's what I meant to say. So.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Deepti. Thanks for the invitation. Sorry, I can't put on my camera right now. I just tried the website. It is a bit slow, but I received the link to join in my email. So that's how I could join you here. It should be working, but the website doesn't give you any notification that it has sent you a link or anything like that. It looks like it's down, but it seems like it's sending the link to people.
Okay, great. Thanks. Good to know, Jamila. So, yeah. Okay. So Amma is telling me that it's up on YouTube and they're able to it's working pretty well. So we can send that out to folks who might want to join. Ballroom, would you like to wait a few minutes or shall we get started?
Let's wait for 5 minutes because in any case we have a lot of time. And since we know that there has been a dislocation, though it may not be that many more people will join us, but prudent, I think, to wait for a few minutes.
It might be no harm if you just, for the sake of everybody as well, just run through the running order of the entire event just while we're waiting a few minutes. So session 1, if maybe Deepti.
Yes.
If you just were to reiterate, session 1 then has 5 speakers. Is that correct?
Yes, it does. Yeah, it has 5 speakers.
And we run that through to 11, and all 5 are online and ready to go, which is great.
Yes, yeah.
And then we have our 4 speakers who may not be all online yet for session 2.
Yes, we're missing 2 people, I think.
Okay, and we have plenty of time then to have an open discussion after that.
Right, yeah.
I see the live transcription. It was working quite well there. Well done.
Yeah, it works really well on Zoom. We've had a pretty positive experience with the live captioning so far.
I'm looking forward to going out and having a look to see how many have arrived. I know there have been quite a few people cancelling at the last moment, but it's certainly a very impressive venue here. I'll say that. It's been snowing outside, by the way, which is kind of makes it all look very nice. But it is a very impressive venue. There's dozens of rooms. There's a huge number of stalls outside that I look forward to later on having a look at. So, and it seems so far to be really very well organized. There are a few glitches, as there always are. And I was told, yes, that the UN website went down because so many people were trying to access it early this morning.
Sean, is that the same venue where they had one of the cups of UNFCCC in 2018? Huge venue.
This venue here?
Yeah.
It is a very large venue. Is that what you were asking?
I think it is.
Yeah, there was a cup. There was a cup in 2018
I think it is.
that was held there.
I think it is, Nat. Yeah, for climate.
Probably.
That's the one that's built on a former coal mine or something.
Yeah, yeah, that's
yeah,
right.
I think
Conference hall.
there's a museum here and everything. I look forward to having a look at it later on. And there was a cop here, that's right.
2018.
It's funny, in the screen, in one of the screens in front of me here, maybe it's in front of you, it has the text from the intro IGF thing. We all despise control and desire freedom. Very libertarian type of stuff, isn't it? They're coming out of it. We're all united. Force, can you? Oh, sorry. And then it moves on. But I must say, I only half listened to it, but it seemed kind of funny to me. I'm sure I'll get used to it. I think we might as well kick off. Who has control of the live captioning?
I think there is a captioner on this call who is doing this, but I'm also trying to figure because apparently the auto captions are conflicting with her live captions.
Difficulty. I think people must be having difficulty accessing it because I know the numbers should be more. There would be some on YouTube. Okay, but the numbers haven't changed.
Some
So
people
I
have
think we can
watching us
start
on video now.
deeply because numbers haven't changed and therefore people have problems with both maybe IGF website or otherwise. And I think we need to just start and get on
Yes.
with it.
Okay.
So,
hello everyone joining us on Zoom as well as on YouTube. I'm just going to start by announcing a few house rules. There's some echo.
I think it's because Sean.
I have nothing on here.
Okay. Yeah, so just starting with announcing a few quick house rules. The first one is just to please keep yourself on mute when you don't have the floor. This is just to ensure smooth audio during the session. And yeah, the mute and unmute button is right at the bottom left for you to use, as is the start video and stop video button. Please feel free to put any questions that you have in the YouTube live stream comments or the Zoom chat box that you are seeing here. You can also raise your hand and directly ask a question if you want to, and we will give you the floor to speak. Yeah, that's about it. And I hand over to Deepti now.
Thanks, Sonakshi. Welcome all of you who are joining us today from different parts of the world. I think we are missing Lara Param, actually. I'm just going to go ahead and send her a quick email. But while we wait for a few of our panelists, and evidently there are issues today with the technical infrastructure of IGF's online. But nonetheless, I want to welcome all of you who are here and who've made the time to be here on with us. This is the third in a series of pre-events that the JustNet Coalition has been doing at the IGF the past 3 years. Our first one was in 2019 in Berlin on site. And last year we, along with, of course, everything being virtual, we did have very interesting digital justice conversations that we hosted, which saw the release of our Digital New Deal. I will let, of course, our coordinators for the day speak more about the JustNet Coalition, but I just wanted to introduce, for those of you who may not be familiar, both Sean and Parminder. Sean Oshokru has over 30 years of experience dividing his work between Ireland and over 50 countries worldwide in evaluation, program and strategy management and design and capacity building. He has written and edited several books, articles and papers, and is an advocate for communication rights. He currently serves as the research director at Nexus Research Cooperative, and he's a founder member of the JustNet Coalition. Parminder Jeet Singh is executive director at ID for Change. His areas of work are ICTs for development, internet governance, e-governance, and digital economy. He has been a special advisor to the UN's IGF and the UN Global Alliance for ICTD. He's also a founding member of the JustNet Coalition and the Internet Rights and Principles Coalition. He was associated with the group that helped India's draft e-commerce policy. I now turn it over to them to get us started, and we'll just I think hope that people are able to navigate the challenges and join us over the course of today's program. So thank you all for being here again. So over to you.
Deepti, did you give it across over to me or Sean? So welcome everybody, and we regret that we are so few of us here because of all the difficulties of organizing a hybrid event and the latest problems about the virus exploring new things. And also it seems that the website is down right now. But indeed, we are a small group, and let's go over the things which we plan to discuss today. This event, which is named Digital Policy Making from Below, Ask the Impacted Sectors First, represents the confluence of two things. One is this coalition which Deepti was talking about, the JustNet Coalition, from which I, Sean, and some others present here come. And second is the place we have assembled, whether virtually or physically, which is the Intergovernance Forum. So very interestingly, the meeting we are doing today is an intersection between these two, and I'd explain how. JustNet Coalition was formed in 2014 as a group of organizations which were interested in the issues of internet justice and equality. I don't want to go into the background of that. We know how internet was that great force of freedom and liberty, and then how it began to become a force of economic and social control, and so on. And it was felt by many organizations that while there is some good amount of work being done in the area of what is called negative rights, freedom of expression, freedom of association, etc., in relation to internet governance, not much or enough is being done on the side of economic rights, about social justice and equity. And this group therefore got together, tried to explore those areas and do advocacy on those lines. And interestingly, it consisted not only of groups which were whose mainstay was digital issues, but also groups who were doing work in many other areas which were already begun to be touched by the digital, and they were interested, of course, to come together as a coalition. So that is the journey which started in 2014. And over the years, then a lot of it has been reactive work about how digital should not be, what's wrong with the digital, and so on, or what is wrong with the way policymaking takes place in the digital arena, how corporate influence has been increasing, and so on. So it was a lot about what not and what's wrong with the digital. However, it was obvious that digital is a very strong force, and it is here to stay and is going to fundamentally transform us as industrialization did. And therefore, at some point, we have to also move on to talking about, if not this way, how it should then be. So lately, that's the shift which has been happening. And there also, related to it, is another shift. The actors at the heart of JustNet Coalition, including IT for Change and other digital area activists, spent a lot of early years trying to convince large traditional spoken of in relation to digital organizations about the need for them to come into the digital arena and kind of influence this space. But they were largely not very willing. Of course, everybody who's doing work on climate justice or they're working on trade justice had enough of so-called traditional issues they were dealing with, and not enough time to start looking at new things. There was also the problem that digital was indeed coming in some ways as a Trojan horse for a very rapid form of neoliberalization and corporations capturing not only the economic space, but also policy space and so on. So a lot of these organizations had this reactive response to digitalization, and again wanted to say, can this not happen? But last 5-7 years or less, these organizations have started to also see that they need to also recognize what should be done with digitalization. And therefore, trying to do that, the biggest challenge was to remove the neoliberal part out and try to interpret digitalization in different manners and towards different possibilities. And that's not an easy way to do, because the dominant forces were so invested in this digital opportunity that they were hugely funded, forceful efforts to present digital as a neutral, inevitable thing. And it was either you take it or leave it. But how to crack that and make it look like, well, digital is also something we can use in progressive ways and so on. And that's where we come close to the present. In the last year or so, we have started developing a project which internally we also sometimes call as JNC 2.0, whereby we have begun to work in a bilateral manner with large progressive organizations in different sectors, whether it's trade justice, media, climate justice, gender justice, agriculture, education, health, and so on. So these organizations work with JNC to try to understand and, if possible, redefine digitalization in that particular sector. And then all these organizations, therefore, and the work they are doing with JustNet Coalition would come together to see how we can influence the overall cross-cutting digital policy making. And that's where we say that questions like who owns data, or how platforms should be run, or what is fair artificial intelligence is not something for technocrats who claim they understand data and AI to tell us, but it is for those sectors who are impacted by these things, and almost every sector today is, need to be able to say what is fair justice in relation to health, what is equitable AI in relation to education and so on. So this is the idea of this project which we have started. And some of the organizations here today are involved in this project. We are in a very early phase. A lot of time was taken, and probably I'll come in sometime and talk about it in forming these relationships. And about IGF, I'll let Sean talk a lot about it. IGF was born as a sphere of participatory policy making in the digital arena, which had its own challenges and specialties, it being a meta cross-cutting area. But probably that experiment, which had great potential, is turning a bit sour. And we also trying to understand how to reliven it, reinvigorate it, and what kind of participatory policy making models should therefore probably redefine the Internet Governance Forum. But here I would hand over to Sean, who has already been introduced, before we go to the panel, which will discuss the work they are doing in this new project of JustNet Coalition. Sean, please.
Okay, thanks. I'll hand back to Parminder in a second to introduce the panel members, and I will be very brief. I'm here in the ballroom in Katowice. We have a very small group of us here, and who have managed to get through the registration and so on. I mean, they're doing their best here, but there's still a lot of people arriving and so on. There's some technical problems. I'd also like to welcome everybody on YouTube, where I think we're going to have the larger audience for this, because I do think it's a significant event. And that's what I want to just mention very briefly. In a kind of pre-event, a pre-IGF event, I gave a short paper, which was a kind of stakeholder analysis of the IGF. And I went through the various key stakeholders, from the digital corporations to the governments, north and southern governments, in large and small, and especially then civil society, which I think can reasonably be divided in this context in between digital civil society and then the kind of thematic civil society that is much more represented here, who are involved in the key issues that people confront in their daily lives, whereas the digital civil society is involved, of course, in the whole digital sphere, and it's a highly specialized area. And the whole thrust of this event is to be able to bring together those two parts of civil society. In the stakeholder analysis that I did, I looked at the power, the motivation, and the capacity or skills of each of the stakeholder groups. And I'm not going to do a presentation here, so I just quickly jump to a couple of the conclusions. First of all, that the power of civil society and of southern governments, especially the smaller southern governments, but actually really all the southern governments, depends to a large extent on the level of cooperation between them and the level of collective action that they can actually muster, if you like, to address the larger players. They are the weaker players, we know that. In the driving seat, as I mentioned recently, is the as somebody described it recently, is the digital corporate world in the driving seat. In the passenger seat, you have some of the large countries, member states. Then you have in the back seats, you have the civil society and the UN organizations. And somewhere as a spare wheel, you have kind of ethics and all of this kind of thing. If things totally break down, they'll fall back on that. But we all know that the real drivers behind this is the corporate sector at the moment, and that the real power of any other sector is going to come through the level of cooperation and collective action. But that in turn depends on the capacity and skills of civil society and of smaller governments of the South, and indeed the larger government, but especially the smaller governments on the South, who have to rely on others for that kind of capacity building that's there. And the nub of the paper that I presented was suggesting some ideas for things like the regional commissions of the UN, economic and social commissions, to support, to provide more effort in supporting smaller countries, but also then linking the two aspects of civil society, those who are involved very much in the digital world and those who are involved in the real world, if you like, of the thematic and substantive areas. And that is what this is about. That's what this project was about, coming from JustNet. And that's why I'm so excited really to listen to the papers that are coming up. And that's why I think this is a really important event, because it's only when those two sides of civil society can really exchange and each learn from the other, that you are going to get the kind of level of cooperation and coordination and collective action from civil society, and which in turn is then going to, I think, bring much more enlightenment to the smaller member states who are large in number but small in power. So with that, I'm going to hand back to Parminder to introduce the speakers. Thanks.
Thanks. We have 5 speakers in the first panel, which consist of people who are now working with Just That Coalition on different tracks of what Sean called as thematic area, and I was calling as traditional actors. And I would introduce them one by one as they take the mic. First would be Lara Merling, who works with the International Trade Union Confederation. Lara is a researcher with work focusing on highlighting the devastating effects austerity policies have on people's lives and economic stability, and understanding how globalization and digitalization impact working people. She is deeply committed to social justice, promoting fair economic policies, and work for everyone using economics in ways that better the world. Lara, as I mentioned, is with the International Trade Union Confederation as economic and social policy advisor. Lara Merling, we are eager to hear you now.
I think Lara has been logged out for some reason, so perhaps you could move to the next speaker. I just saw, I think there must be some issue at her end. So if you could move to the next speaker, we can come back to her, I think. Sorry about that.
So the next speaker, the first one now, is Juno Jung from People's Health Movement. And again, People's Health Movement does need no introduction. Juno is a researcher there. But if I may use a few words to talk about the People's Health Movement, it is a global network which brings together grassroots health activists, civil society organizations, and academic institutions from around the world, particularly from low and middle income countries. They currently have a presence in 70 countries and are guided by People's Charter for Health. So Juno, please, we are keen to hear you now. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Parminder, and hello everyone, and thanks for having me here. It's a wonderful opportunity to discuss the work and also hear from other sectors, and it'll be fascinating how digitalization is impacting other areas around the globe apart from health. As Parminder's introduced, I'm working with Just That Coalition and from People's Health Movement on impact of digitalization in health. And this is the work done by our working group. And I'd like to take the opportunity to thank our members for their dedication to this work. So I'll briefly introduce what we have done as our project and the issues of mapping the digitalization of healthcare. So as you can imagine, impact of digitalization is broad and fundamental in healthcare sectors. And it has many names, such as medical artificial intelligence, mobile health, telehealth, e-health, u-health, and also you probably heard of precision medicine as well. And digital health promises to provide opportunities such as improve medical decision-making process, empowering autonomy of the patient by providing more data, and fundamentally different levels of diagnostics and prognostics, better drug discovery and development, and of course, better hospital management and so on and so on. Thereby, digital health provide technological fix to old problems in healthcare, like lack of universal health coverage, uneven power dynamics between patient and healthcare providers, unjust and inefficient distribution of resources. However, we think we need to critically question these promises. Digital health is becoming a dominant force in healthcare ecosystem. And what is most problematic about it is very often bypasses the existing regulatory framework. From a health inequality point of view, it is important to address key issues like whether digital health results or just further entrenching the existing dynamics to new actors. Does digital health appropriately address the existing problems in healthcare systems? Most discussion around such issues have been undertaken through top-down approach and involve mostly states and commercial actors. There is need for more bottom-up civil society-led processes to map and frame this agenda. So that was our initial goal. So initially, our work started as mapping of the current issues around the globe to share the knowledge and identify what the problems we commonly share and what differences there are. So our group consists of civil society activities, scholars, and healthcare professionals from a variety of geographical origins like India, Brazil, South Africa, Malaysia, Nigeria, Greece, France, and of course, South Korea. And we've collected cases that signifies the promises and perils of digital health around the globe. And here are the few findings we've put together. First is on regulation. As an emerging field, regulation on digital health are developing rapidly, and discourses surrounding the development of regulatory frameworks are largely dominated by international organizations and developed countries. And promoting commercially controlled digitalization and datafication of the health. These guidelines and agreements may help in further larger flows of the data and digital goods, but have little to show on the side of sharing benefits for all, equity, and in general, enlarging the overall social value. And rapid technological advances sometimes make conventional regulatory frameworks obsolete for digital area. This is in turn employ their benefits for larger health and tech corporation at the expense of the public interest. Second is privatization. Traditionally, stakeholders in healthcare include health insurance companies, pharmaceuticals, medical devices companies, hospitals, patient support associations, government agencies. What is notable recently is the rise of new stakeholders in multinational data companies and digital devices and software developers. These actors were not considered as healthcare providers traditionally, but rapidly expanding their activities through creating subsidiaries and merging with existing healthcare or insurance companies. So today, private companies, and especially data companies, race to relocate their big database they can either sell or profit or use to train the improved algorithms or developing profitable tools. However, the supply of big data in global north is not enough to meet the requirements. And privacy regulation in Europe North, for example, the GDPR, are growing stricter, especially with such sensitive data as personal health records. Health system in raw resource setting offers potentially vast yet untapped reserve of big data in countries with weaker regulatory controls. Third is transparency. There are multiple layers which transparency needs addressing that can be digital health products, storing and processing of the data, or development of regulatory processes. Currently, development of digital health is largely driven by private companies where many of these layers are hidden behind the curtains of trade secrets. There are hundreds and thousands of apps in the market and numerous trials around the globe, which efficacy and safety of the products are not scientifically validated. However, many of these digital products are not classified as medical devices, and it is difficult to regulate with existing systems or frameworks. Also, rhetorics of inevitable shift towards digital or unprecedented situation of digital age gave them an exemption over careful examination or appropriate oversight, in turn, making digital process obscure or less transparent. Lastly is issues with its applications. Digital transformation in healthcare is often portrayed as just disruptive innovation that will fundamentally change the medical services, like helping public health policy, decentralized management, improving quality of care, patients with better outcomes, better access to information, and so on. However, it should be noted the application of such technology does not happen in empty space, but in the existing political economy. So such technology reflects or even exacerbates existing inequalities both at local and global level. At the same time, the process of digital transformation is not purely digital, but requires substantial workforce and resources from healthcare workers. Thus, delivery of digital health technology and application at the ground level should be carefully observed and build evidence from its promises. The case was exacerbated by current COVID-19 pandemic. I'm sure you're all familiar with the variety of contact tracing apps, digital check-in apps, or proof of vaccination apps adopted in the last couple of years. This is just one example of the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. And expansion of medicalization is well within our everyday life. Normally, people would not allow such invasive and draconian policies, but this practice is well within our norm now. Some say desperate times calls for desperate measures, and this feeling of desperation in junction with unprecedentedness opened a lot of doors to newly emerging actors in digital healthcare sectors. So lastly, the challenge of digital health for both patients and citizens is that the development of digital health technologies outpace the creation of ethical and legal frameworks for mitigating social equity concerns, for protecting people's privacy, and also their benefits. Without such frameworks, digital health innovation may inevitably lead to new modes of individualizing the responsibility, outsourcing the risk, and privatization of the benefit. With the basis of current mapping of the issues surrounding digitalization of health, critical analysis on principle and norms in policies should be conducted, and challenges in good governance that can enhance and effectively distribute the social values created by digitalization of health should be identified. For me now, thanks.
Thank you, Juno. I think it was a great description of the kind of challenges a very important sector has faced vis-a-vis digitalization. And I think health sector is very important, apart from the health being important, in the sense that it has a very strong initial impact of digitalization. And again, health being a sector which is very sensitive, important to our well-being. The dynamics being shaped in the health sector are very important to study and know for us to take general lessons about where digitalization is headed and it should be regulated. And for example, issues of AI in health are some such sensitive areas. And these are the kind of things we have been exploring with Juno and with People's Health Movement. And we look forward to doing more work in this particular track. But of course, also, and one of the main purposes of this project is also for everybody to learn from different areas of work. Is Lara here already, Deepti?
Yes.
Hi, Lara. How are you?
Hi. Good.
And now I welcome you. I did introduce you, so the people are rearing to hear you. And of course, the views of International Trade Union Confederation, which is such a strong global force for workers' rights. And Lara, please go ahead.
Yes, so you say strong, and I can also add extremely diverse. So even looking at it within our membership, where we cover 200 million workers in over 160 countries, it's not that easy to call us all like one sector, because we do have the same vision of workers' rights and what we want to achieve. But even talking to various groups and fragments within the movement, you see that when it comes to digitalization, they'll bring up different issues and different concerns that all need to be addressed. But at the end of the day, a lot of it comes down to what we've seen as in the way that technology has been adopted, a breakdown and shift in what the employment relationship was like, or what in countries where informality was still the main issue, what people would have liked it to be, and how that's is that still kind of the goal that you can have in an era where digitalization changes these employment relationships and the type of jobs available? And looking and asking various, parts of it, we've seen that, the employment relationship is the main kind of overarching issue. And then the way in which just technology is adopted in places without any input from workers. It's kind of implemented by employers as they wish. And surveillance, data collections, these are all problems that workers face and have little say in it. And there's been very little regulation in a lot of places. And even where it exists, it kind of always is one step behind and responding to what's already happening. So the question is, within the labor movement in 2017, actually at the International Labor Organization, there was a big centenary declaration on the future of work. And it seems that for most people, that's the main document that shapes the vision on how workers and, in that case, like government and employers agree to what should be this vision of how technology and workers' rights should be part of, a way in which things like data privacy and so on are included in what's seen as workers' rights. But the main problem we see with that is, okay, people agree to that declaration, and then what's the next step? And that's what we sort of lack, a governance framework where you can actually make these things, a reality and implement them in some way. And there's been a lot of national level initiatives in different places that have introduced like bits and pieces of legislation and workers' protections, but nothing that's consistent in something that's, global. And when we look at organizing efforts too, when asking, people and unions, we see that a lot of organizing efforts, even when it comes to, the issue of platform work, where it's the main reshaping of relationships, you have the platforms that are very visible, that provide services, on the ground. That's like a delivery app or a car service app that you see, and those are getting a lot more attention than the invisible type of little task crowd work platforms that people don't have to like see and interact, and where it's also a lot harder to find those workers and help them connect to each other. But for a lot of, the problems and also introductions, in the end, the umbrella question is data ownership. Who gets to own and control the data and use it for, either to have an algorithm on a platform or crowdsourcing thing, or to manage people, or to, use algorithms for making any other decisions, like who gets to like decide that and see that. And we, I think, see it as like there's a big gap in, regulation and decisions. And it's a question where there's no clear answer on, where should these decisions be taken in a fair way. And especially since, there's a vision within this ILO declaration where it's generally where workers' rights issues are decided, but no way to like concretely implement that, since a lot of the ideas there go beyond just labor and outside of the jurisdiction and power of like an ILO convention or what that would mean. And it's kind of a difficult like uphill battle for us as well within membership to convince members and people that this is something that's urgent right now, and important to like engage with still, even though like the more people face these technologies or issues at work, that's kind of where their interest starts to peak on, it's time to like do something about it and engage with it. But it's great that, we can be part of this and have these discussions within our own movement and kind of see even here, how it's a lot of very different perspectives and still like no clear like agreement on what would be the best way to deal with this governance issue and question. Okay.
Thank you, Lara. As it was brought up by Lara, the question, the world of work and workers is central to all the kind of changes which are taking place. And what is very interesting from how apart from the substantive aspects, what Lara was relating about the process aspects, and this project, the process aspects are very important. The dynamics between, for example, the dynamic groups, the digital groups and the so-called traditional groups. When we talk with the labor groups, the dynamics of the trust building, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to sell digital here? What is it? First of all, has taken a long time, and that itself has been a great exercise for us. And then even when the key nodal organization for the project comes around, then as he was understanding, there's an issue of talking to other actors in their area and developing a trust, developing a shared vocabulary. And this project has at least as much been about this process as it has been to figure out precisely what is happening and what can be done about it, which is also important. But I think, as we all know, working in the civil society area, the processes of networking, trust building, and working together have been very important. And this project tries to explore them across where digital changes are taking place. Thank you, Lara. And our next speaker is Shi Yokling, who's an international lawyer with areas of expertise in environmental, social, and economic impacts of globalization, especially in the countries of the South. Since 1993, she has worked closely with key negotiators from Global South, scientists, and NGOs to campaign for biosafety and climate justice. She was a member of a Malaysian task force that worked on 2 national laws related to biosafety and the regulation of access to genetic resources. Yokling currently serves as the director of Third World Network. Yokling, please.
Thank you very much, Parminder. Thanks for bringing us together. I think we are all different parts of the project that you in Just Network Coalition have brought together to try and cross the different bridges so that we have more intersection of our work. I just want to, as requested by Parminder, maybe share a little bit of where our thinking in Third World Network is, where we can actually do more together. First of all, in terms of, so I'll focus on basically the negotiations for the so-called digital rules. I have a lot of discomfort, and I'd like us to think about how we want to frame. I mean, is really a digital economy the right framing of how we see the future of our societies? Because the digital economy framing, which is now used in all our blueprints at the national level, seems to have this impression there is a sort of image that we are creating a whole different world where workers and farmers and ordinary people and their contribution to the real economy somehow is not as important as this sort of nefarious thing called the digital world. So I think that's something I wanted to throw out for us to think about. So in terms of the WTO, which I'm going to focus on, there has been from the beginning a very big push to really, and I think this comes from the big tech companies whom today the big four, Google, etc., and some of the governments from the north who actually see a lot of these things coming because of their technological control. And so a lot of these ideas are planted in the different multilateral spaces. And our countries in the South, in terms of our government policymakers, let alone negotiators, they are completely always caught off guard. We see it again and again and again. So, for example, there's been a push right from the time in WTO was set up to really create a lot more of these, building the blocks for what we see today as the digital rules. So, and they wanted already a legally binding treaty, back in the early 90s when the WTO was first formed. And this is really to sort of like lock in all the other pieces of the agreements that had put on the so-called trade agenda, things like intellectual property, market access to services, including financial services, liberalization, all our economy, pushing for government procurement to be also privatized, but in a limited way because of resistance. And so what we have, of course, is many of you may be familiar already, that in the end, there were enough countries like India and South Africa, that see some of these red flags. So the compromise was to have a work program on e-commerce in 1998, which is supposed to be really a discussion. But we all know now and back then that anything that starts as a discussion in the WTO becomes the seed to basically plant ultimately legally binding rules. And then we get caught in what we call disciplines in the WTO jargon. So there's been a lot of discussion and very little movement on norm making, on rule making, because enough countries were aware of the problems. And that's quite remarkable. But the one thing that we all know did actually come as part of the package of agreement in 1998 is that there would be a moratorium, supposed to be temporary, on customs duties on e-transmissions, right? Now, this temporary moratorium has been renewed every year, and it's been politically linked with a also temporary moratorium on taking action on intellectual property violations, in the different contexts. So these two have been a kind of a balancing act year after year after year. And as the whole world changes in terms of what was understood back in 1998 as e-commerce subject matter, today e-commerce covers so many different things. So what governments thought they were having a temporary customs duties moratorium, so it won't collect this e-transmission transactions duties. Today we're talking about billions, if not trillions, of lost revenue. So in terms of what impact it means for the South and for our societies, we all know that the revenue that we need to generate for climate change, for social services, for all the rights that we want to implement at the national and local level, how do we finance that? And tax revenue is absolutely crucial. So cutting off this potential tax revenue is a big problem. So the pressure to have a permanent moratorium on customs duties on e-transmissions and e-transactions is a big fight in the WTO right now. Now, India and South Africa in early November actually put forward a paper to say we have to review the scope of what you mean by e-transmissions, what duties and what impact on our societies. So I want to flag that as an important area for us to think about of the kind of work we need to do moving forward. And of course, meanwhile, because there's been resistance, so the sneaky way, the developed countries and the big tech company lobby did was to use Davos. We all know back in 2019, in Davos, there was this whole bunch of different, ministerial declarations, one of which was on e-commerce. And there, we had about 70 odd countries, ministers signed on thinking that, oh, it's all right, it's Davos. We all want to make sure that we have something that looks good coming from Davos. And what we got was this political declaration, among others, on e-commerce. And immediately before the ink was dry, there was a push with the collaboration of, at that time, the DG of WTO to push for negotiations in the WTO. Now, today we have this joint statement initiative, the JSI on e-commerce and a couple of other areas. And this, from the legal point of view, is illegal because anything you want to do in the WTO needs a mandate, including plurilateral. In other words, you cannot have all the members agree that they want to launch a new agreement negotiations. Even if we agree and it's allowed for, those who want to join can join the plurilaterals. You still need a membership of the entire WTO to be able to get a mandate to say, yes, you can start a plurilateral negotiations. They never got that. So this e-commerce negotiations and also on facilitation of investment and other domestic regulation or deregulation, they're all, strictly speaking, illegal. So together with a lot of the networks and organizations working on economic justice, we have been highlighting this a lot. Now, so this is the point of action. If they are illegal, then the norm setting should not be allowed. Right now, we have about, I think, maybe more than 80 countries that have joined this plurilaterals on about 86 in total out of the 164 of the WTO membership. About half of these 86 countries in the e-commerce negotiations are from developing countries. And they also include some least developed countries. When we talk about the deep inequities of the digital world, of technology, deep divide, and of the kind of economic injustice that comes from this deep divide, how on earth are Benin, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, and Laos, in this e-commerce? So they are going to give up everything about localizing your data, controlling the free flow of data out of your borders. So the 5 areas that are very contentious, and in a way, the work that TWN and Our World is Not for Sale and many of the groups engaging in this sphere, it is more of it's a positive agenda to protect existing policy sovereignty space, but it is actually a negative agenda in the sense that we're trying to push off and hold back and push back some of the negative things from equity and development perspective that is being pushed around. Okay, so one, of course, is cross-border data flows. The other one is the localization of computing facilities, which is a no-go for the big tech and the OECD countries. And of course, market access to services and goods. So these areas are really where we will have impact on small, medium, and micro businesses, on workers, all the things that we care about in this community. It really is about handing over our entire economy, more of that, to a set of rules and to more concentration of a few of these big tech platforms. Actually, a few months ago, we had, together with some other partners, a meeting, and we were looking at some of these issues. And I like the description of the former South African Trade Minister, Rob Davis, who say that the companies like Google, Amazon, Facebook, Apple, Microsoft, Alibaba, and Tencent, they now have, and I quote him, a vampire-like grip on digital trade and rulemaking. And it is a vampire-like grip. So I think the challenge for us is how do we engage more across our entire community here and others. How do we engage more with the governments? Because the lack of understanding, the kind of buying into the kind of ideological mantra of the digital economy and now with COVID, we will all get out of our COVID depression, out of our multiple economic crisis through digitalization. It really is phenomenal, the lack of understanding, the lack of analysis, and lack of just pure information at the country level. So I think that's a lot of work for us to do there. And I just want to end by also touching quickly, the other area that we need to look at is digital sequence information, genetic resources. That's not happening so much at the moment in the WTO sphere, but it is happening in the Convention on Biological Diversity and under that, the Nagoya Protocol on Access and Benefit Sharing, where the deep inequities caused by biopiracy since the colonial period is really the reason why we have those treaties. So equity, local communities, indigenous people's rights, conservation and sustainable use, they're all there. And the battle there is how do you treat digital sequence information that the new technologies have now introduced? And that fight requires us to engage in that space because there are rulemaking and norm setting going on there as well. And of course, intellectual property is being expanded. Copyright, for example, is being expanded to also have privatization and private ownership of data sets and databases. It started already in Europe. And what are the implications? So this creeping and sometimes ratcheting is really where we need to organize ourselves. We need to bring together those working on the trade rules, on the economic rules. They're not even trade anymore, they're beyond that. And those who know the technicality, like this community. And we have started that. I think today, 2-3 years, when we compare to when we first started the Just Network Coalition, we have gone a lot, we've moved a long way. I think we've been having setback through the COVID because we have been so distracted to so many different spheres. And I really look forward to this project to bring us together so that we can, in the next few months, the suspension or the postponement of the ministerial meeting at the WTO is a blessing in disguise because there was a lot of pressure. But even then, the few governments are fighting. Really, there was no consensus really around the e-commerce rules, but the creep is there. And meanwhile, in the trade agreements like the Comprehensive and Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, in the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, all these agreements which are existing, which are already enforced. They have provisions in the e-commerce chapter that actually do have serious restrictions, for example, on localization of data facilities, etc. So you have already some of the rules, and the rules in the making WTO, and we need to pull it all together so that we can actually intervene and bring up our positive agenda into the this arena. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Yokling. Yokling really talked, especially towards the end also, about the challenges today we have to do advocacy work. We no longer have the luxury to be in our own areas of work, whether we do climate or gender or trade, but we need to know so much from different areas, and that alone allows us success. And that's where the networked form of civil society working is very important. And Yokling started with, there are some fundamental questions about dealing with digital economy, and we at JustNet Coalition face it almost every day, because people have this feeling that the very idea of digital, whether it is, as Habermas would have put it, taking us more towards the systems or towards the life world, and whether it further spoils that balance which industrialization screwed up. So very idea of engaging with the digital therefore have had a lot of resistance, and which is true, right? Because that problem exists. And then we have to also tell them that if you do not engage, what kind of problems you would face. So it's a difficult thing. We do also learn when we go and say this, and other people teach us, no, these are real problems. And so there's a lot of learning across. So we have to cross-learn and work in a network form. But I can't stop myself from saying that this area, what Yokling talked about, was the biggest success area for IT for Change and JustNet Coalition to work in an intersectoral manner. We were suddenly put together, as she described, when US brought that e-com agenda to WTO. Then a lot of people in the trade sector did not know what digital was, and then suddenly South Center found that IT for Change worked in some internet governance areas. They pulled us to a WTO meeting. We never knew anything about WTO or digital economy even till then. And we were called to a meeting, and I started going there. Richard Hill started going there. And then we were told, no, you have to tell us what digital economy is. We don't know what, at least I didn't. But how quickly we worked together. And at 2019, last ministerial, while some developing countries already had doubts about the agenda, but they never had points and vocabulary to speak up. And if these countries so solidly spoke up at 2019 and said, we will not associate with that agenda, allow me to boast a little, it was that quick work which trade activists and digital activists did within a year, which created that conditions where South Africa or India could stand up and not only say that we want to say no to what you are doing, and they had certain coherent narrative to back up that. And that has carried on since then. And South Africa and India have been leaders to resist that. So thank you so much. And that's our early success area, which we are very proud of, and we're going to work more on it. The next speaker is Cedric Leterme from the Tricontinental Center. He's a researcher at the Tricontinental Center, also known in short as CETRI, which is an international movement-driven institution focused on stimulating intellectual debates that serve people's aspirations. And CETRI's, the organization's roots lie in non-aligned movement and Afro-Asian People's Solidarity Organization, APSO. They provide the cultural space from which the Tricontinental would eventually emerge, and that's their formulation. And Cedric has been working lately with JustNet Coalition very effectively and very well on issues of environment and climate justice. Over to you, Ced.
Thank you so much, Parminder. Hi, everyone. Sorry that my name is not so thank you also to MI to to lend me his profile. I had trouble registering this morning, so this is digital solidarity right here in action. I will try to be brief. I'm here to talk about a process that we initiated along with other JNC members to try and think about the links between digital justice and environmental justice, and especially to try and find ways to better articulate the two. So the starting point was the observation that although we all know, and it's becoming more obvious every day, that digital technologies, they have a huge impact and growing impact on the environment in terms of resource extraction, in terms of energy use, in terms of e-waste generation. We felt that it was not sufficiently discussed and integrated both in the digital justice movement and in the environmental justice movement. On one side, too often, maybe digital justice solutions or scenarios, they're planned, we're trying to figure out ways to make the digital economy more fair, more equitable, more democratic, more decentralized, but maybe not considering this inside of the physical limits that the planet imposes on the process of digitalization. We hear a lot about, for example, one of the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations is universal connectivity. What does that mean in terms of actual impact? When we know that in the global north, people have 8, 10, 15 connected devices already, but a lot of people in the global south don't even have one piece of connected device. What does that mean to put everybody on connection on the internet, and what is possible in terms of environmental footprint of this connectivity? So this is one aspect. And on the other side, we felt that the environmental movement wasn't fully integrating the challenges that this digitalization process is posing. We don't really see the same kind of mobilization in the environmental justice movement that we see in other industry. For example, in extractivism, on fossil fuel and stuff like that, we don't really see it happening regarding the digitalization process. And maybe it's because there's still this widespread feeling that somehow digital technologies, they're immaterial, or you also have the fact that it's considered rightfully as something really technical. And so a lot of environmental activists don't really have the tools or to engage with this digital technology that seems really technical. So that's why we felt that we really need to try and build bridges between those two movements. And so based on these observations, we wanted to precisely build on one of the really great strengths of the JustNet coalition, which is precisely to allow and to facilitate those kind of cross-sectoral dialogues in relation with digitalization, and especially in a north-south perspective, which is extremely precious and extremely rare at the international level. And so we wanted to try and build on that and see how both movements, environmental and digital justice, could learn from each other and work together in this specific area and try to formulate policy objectives and that could sustain a just and sustainable digitalization process, but at the global level. So the first step that we took, which felt pretty natural, was to convene an event, to try to convene a first meeting that was held in last October. It was a 2-day event where we got together experts and activists, both from environmental justice movement and from digital justice movements, but also from different countries and regions around the world, to start this process by focusing on different thematic discussions. First, we had a discussion on the actual environmental record of digital technologies, trying to find numbers, to find figures, and also try to see how this record is felt and distributed across different regions. Then secondly, we had a discussion around possible scenarios for both a just and sustainable digitalization process, try to see what could this look like, what would be the technical solutions, what could be the political solutions, also trying to avoid the pitfall of greenwashing and false green solutions that are emerging now. And then we had a whole discussion around policy implications of all of this and how we could try to move this forward and try to build on this to go over next steps. So maybe I'll finish by highlighting some of the few takeaways that came out of this event. Knowing that this event, we're currently trying to write a fully synthesized report of the event that would be published as soon as possible. So you'll have all the details, but I wanted to share with you a few important conclusions that came out of it. The first one was really the confirmation of the usefulness of organizing such events and creating such spaces for exchanges that are still too rare when it comes to bringing together activists and experts from those two movements, but especially, as I said, in a global north and global south perspective. So a lot of participants raised that point, saying it's really useful and it's not being done enough. So we have to keep trying to organize those moments and create those spaces. The second that was really important was there was a sense of both opportunity and urgency in the current moment to see that these discussions around the environmental impact of digital technologies, they're coming to the forefront. They're being addressed more and more in different areas. So there is an opportunity to seize, but there is also an urgency because there is the risk that this discussion will be corporate capture and directed in directions that we don't want it to go. So we have to be able to seize this opportunity that this is a growing debate, but we have to be, to act also quickly so that the discussion doesn't get included or misoriented in bad directions. Another conclusion was the importance of trying to learn and exchange from experiences and mobilizations of both movements. So there were examples like trying to do the parallels between demands for digital sovereignty and demands for food sovereignty. And there were a whole discussion around how can we learn from those both movements? What do they share in common? What are the differences also between the two demands and the way they've been put forward by different movements? So it was really important to say, okay, we all have to learn from one another. Another aspect that was really important was trying to articulate as much as possible micro and macro solutions. So we had a lot of talks about trying to build concrete alternatives from the bottom up, like community networks, and how this could help really to imagine and to create more sustainable digitalization, but always keeping in mind that those kind of concrete and bottom-up alternatives, they also need to be able to rely on a favorable macro policy environment to be able to flourish. And so we need to work on both fronts, and we especially need to articulate those kind of two dynamics. And so I'll just end here by saying that one of the ideas that was put forward to continue this work was to try and initiate a work of mapping the intersections between the two movements, trying to see where those movements intersect, and to build on those intersections to try and see how and where we can act together and learn from one another. And so probably the next step will be to do this mapping of the intersection work, and then to convene other events like this and pursue the discussion. So I'll leave it there, and thank you very much.
Thanks, Cedric. It was, and I should especially thank him because in this particular case, it was Cedric's own initiative which has taken us all this length. There wasn't too much support from any other GMC, not from the Secretariat at least. There were some other partners who had supported. So thanks so much, Cedric, who took the initiative and in a few months has done so much work on this in this area. What is also interesting in this, bringing together environment and digital, apart from what Cedric talked about, that digital is not still considered as an environmentally sensitive area, and to start dealing with that very early has been something which we have started. But also how very strangely both these movements, or not movement, these areas can be are taken by some people as not to be very political, and they're not being, as a subset of being political, so much of a north-south to it. A lot of people just want to talk about environment as if there's nothing north-south to it, and same way with digital, as if there's nothing north-south to it. But we know that to the environmental movement, there is a strong north-south, and in the same manner, there is a north-south to the digital movement. And both are highly political spaces. They are not just that middle class advocacy, everything is nice kind of spaces. And that's what has been very interesting. And also things which the digital domain would otherwise not very much like. For example, that there should be distributed data activity, and as much as possible keep data distributed rather than centralized, which is behind also in a way the big free flow of data arguments or issues which, for example, Yokling would be interested in at the WTO, and how it is also environmentally better and not only for the domestic economies, that data does not flow around that much if possible, right? Because every kind of data flow also has a huge climate and environmental damage impact. So now we move on to our last speaker for this panel, who would actually take forward some of the things Cedric has been speaking in some ways. Our next speaker is Nat Dano from the ETC group. Nat is a researcher with extensive experience in development and policy work on issues in agriculture, biodiversity, biosafety, climate change, and environmental governance in Southeast Asia. She has a bachelor's degree in development studies and has dabbled it briefly in with law, and then took a master's degree in community development and is currently the coordinator and Asia director at the ETC Group. Neth, please.
Thank you very much, Parminder, for the kind introduction. And just to say that ETC Group is very, very excited to be part of this initiative, to work with new and old friends alike, and also to learn from the experiences and also expertise of friends and allies in different sectors. And to us, what is very exciting in this initiative is really the idea of cross-fertilizing our analysis and our lenses in looking at the issues around digitalization in the sectors that we are primarily working in. Like just listening to Junho, for example, really struck me about the similarities in terms of trends in health, and also the way we see it in food and agriculture, and lots of peculiarities as well that are really, really worth looking into and deeply. And I'd like to start by latching on what Yokling said, that interesting analogy about vampire grip of the GAFAM and the BATX on digital economy. And that vampire grip is very, very clear, very obvious, and very much increasingly felt in the food and agriculture sector. And ETC Group has been working in this area for the last 40 plus years, together with civil society movements and social movements across the South, Latin America, Africa, and Asia. And never before we have seen this rapid changes in corporate consolidation, corporate power, corporate concentration in the hands of very few, and new players as well that are brought into the food and agriculture sector, the food systems, by the technology that they control. Now, like we're actually coming up with a report soon to show the landscape of changes across sectors in the food and agriculture industry, and how digitalization and big data have actually enabled or continue to enable further consolidation and corporate concentration in this area. Like, of course, we know that the food and agriculture sector in particular, seeds and agrochemicals, are now just in the hands of 4 huge corporations, big ag. And what fascinates us is the enabler is largely digitalization in the past few years. And all of the big ag, we have Bayer, Corteva, Syngenta, ChemChina, and BASF, offering digital services to allow farmers to continue their dependence on corporate services, to provide them advice on what to plant, when to plant, what to plant, and how. And with all this visioning of agriculture and food in the future without farmers. And this is very, like before, like this is a message that is often couched with like sugar coated, but not anymore. In the recent years, it's like agriculture without farmers seems to be the vision that even some governments are actually embracing. In the policy making, area, and how this is enabled by government policies and priorities, both in the north and also in the south, is something worth looking into. Like like most of us who have been following the COP in Glasgow also must have noticed, like even the US-China agreement, and also these big platforms that are advanced by US and the UAE are actually heralding digitalization in agriculture. And the images that are being projected and also the statements never talked about farmers. It's just precision farming, agriculture, machines, robots. And this we see a lot of a lot of entry points for new players to come in, and new players in entirely new sectors. For example, the entrance of agricultural drones in that whole big, huge sector of farm machineries is something that the world is saying now. Like we have only a few countries, China leading the way, for example, declaring agricultural drones as part of farm machineries. But for the rest of the world, it's not, but it's already being deployed in big scale, particularly in plantation farming, like in banana plantations and all that. So you have new players, XAG, DJI, Chinese drone makers, and even European military drone producers entering the agricultural drone markets and have become players, important players in farm machineries. And you have all these collaborations and partnerships with big ag, with the big players, also new players around how to dispense of their digital advisory services in a more profit geared way that would enable profit for all the different actors, all the new alike. And we've also seen how these developments in the application of digital technologies in food and agriculture are actually trumping competition policies, in food and agriculture. Like the capacities and also the terminologies and the existing rules just don't apply anymore. Like competition policies are geared towards ensuring that there is free competition and that prices don't hike up in the process of mergers and acquisitions, but they're not sufficient anymore because there's actually much more the underlying these collaborations that are actually escaping the current definitions of what collusion means, of what competition should be, like how collusion works in agricultural commodities sector that are now heavily reliant on AI or machine learning in terms of trading, in terms of determining future stocks globally and movement of supplies. And also, you've seen in this area, food and agriculture sector, how big biodigital convergences work out. Like Yokling mentioned, digital sequence information, the application of digitalization in sequencing genetic resources that is now enabling a lot of the laboratory researches and research and development processes involving synthetic biology, and also all these new molecular techniques in gene editing, which are actually trumping existing norms, long-held norms and principles in the area of biodiversity, food, and agriculture, including free and prior informed consent. Like, who gave them the consent to digitalize all these informations from genetic resources from traditional seeds, for example? Also, the whole discussion of access and benefit sharing or biopiracy no longer applies because of the application of digital technologies on genetic resources. And of course, how farmers' rights and also the right to repair, which is almost sacred, when it comes to farm machineries, big and small, alike in the north and in the south, are being impacted by this corporate, the vampire grip of corporate interest on food and agriculture. And we're talking of vampire grip. It's not just the big ag, but big tech going into all this into this sector. Like all of us know about Amazon investing in retail brick and mortar store by buying Whole Foods, but very little is actually known and understood about the increasing investments of companies like Google, Facebook, on companies in the South that are focusing on digital economy and also food delivery, for example. The investment of Facebook and Google on Gojek in Indonesia and also in Reliance in India are things that need to be interrogated. So there's actually a lot more that we really are excited to look into. Like, we are organizing a series of dialogues in the past months, largely at the regional level, and all of these streams are going into an initiative of two big meetings that we're organizing in the next 2 weeks of the advisory group that is going to guide the process and also the content of the big discussion that we're organizing in February. Also, we're putting together an issues paper. And I'm actually struck at the structure and also the key highlights of the issues paper in the health sector that was shared by Jung Ho. That there's also, as I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of similarities that are worth sharing and really worth cross-fertilizing each other in terms of analysis. So that is largely what I want to share. And I think before I end, I have to really emphasize that when we talk of food and agriculture movement, these are actually groups not just working at the global level in terms of policy, but also those that are working at the ground level that are pushing for food sovereignty and food security in various forms, and really protecting the rights of communities to make decisions on the future of food and agriculture, and not leaving this in the hands of corporate players. Yeah, so thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Nat. I'm going to take over here for a moment. We have a few minutes for questions, I think, and we have a couple of other people here as well in the ballroom. If they would like to come up, they can ask questions directly into the microphones here. Otherwise, please put your questions into the chat section on the Zoom link. But while people are thinking about that, I think that any campaign initiative or any kind of movement goes through different phases. It begins with the questions that are being put, and I think that JustNet has, and the people certainly that you've had here, but the JustNet meetings that have convened the people over the last number of years have really posed all the right questions in terms of how are we going to link these different issues, link the different parts of civil society in order to build the capacity and knowledge. But then at the next stage, you get to complexity. And what I have seen this is not at all a disappointment to me, it comes as no surprise in the five speakers, is how different all of them are responding to what appears to be the same issue. Because, of course, the whole point about these digital platforms and so on is that it means such different things in different areas, thematic areas. And this is the real challenge for civil society. And this is, if I have questions then to the panel, what I would ask is, what are the common issues that are emerging here? For instance, data ownership has been mentioned a number of times. The digital community or digital commons is an issue that hasn't been mentioned, but that comes up a lot as well, or digital transparency. Because it certainly strikes me that if solidarity, a wider solidarity is to be built, a number of key issues are going to have to emerge. So that's one of them, whether you can see some issues beginning, and I know towards the end of this JustNet program and initiative, precisely this kind of thing is going to begin to happen, but I'm just anticipating. The second is that Yokling mentioned, as an aside, whether digital economy is the right framing anyway. And I really agree with that. It does really make you think. It's like calling, the early part of the 20th century the oil economy or something like that. It soon becomes jaded, but it suits the industries at the time to allow them to determine the agenda. And linked to what Nat said about the invisibility of actual farmers in what's happening in the food and farming sector, it's as if they don't exist at all. And in fact, to many, that is precisely what appears to be happening. They're not going to exist. But in the meantime, the people have disappeared out of these sectors. So the second question there is around the framing, whether or not it's possible to frame what is happening in the whole digital era in a way that doesn't put digital in there, but puts somehow people back into the framing of the issues. Okay, so have we any questions coming here? Go ahead, right next to me, we have somebody willing to ask a question.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Niels Brog, my name, from DW Academy, and also collaborating with LogNet from Rhizomatica IBC. My question, adding a bit on what Sean was asking, I really find impressive the work of the coalition on the intersections, the different point of views. And since language was brought up as a topic, so how do you work on this? Because you are a coalition from so many different places, and not of all of the actors I imagine that are on the ground speak English. So what is your strategy on those barriers that are very exclusive in many moments, and that were already brought up at the regional or national IGFs also before, that language remains a big barrier? And for those global fights and movements around food sovereignty and decentralized internet, I would like to know if you have any suggestions or findings how to be more inclusive.
Thanks. I don't see any questions coming in the chat, so maybe the panelists would like to respond to those issues.
Well, maybe just a quick response. I think, you know, the language issue is not just for this set of challenges. It cuts across everything we do, you know, because there are two levels. One is that more and more of the decision making and the framing of what are priorities, and, you know, it's gone very global, and global not in a multilateral sense of the UN, for example, but global in the sense of really in every sector, whether it's tech companies or agribusiness or pharmaceutical sector, you know, or the oil companies. It's such a concentration at the corporate level, and this is what ETC does so well in exposing in those different sectors. It's when decision making goes to that level, then it is almost a deliberate strategy of to mystify all of these things. So there's not just the local population who are so impacted directly, who have to catch up on what's happening, but even government decision makers and negotiators, when they go to all these spaces, are quite lost. So I would say we need to demystify at two levels. One, the technicality of it, whether it's law or technology or you know, whatever, and of course, you know, in terms of how you get that message and that content and the substance into the country level. And most of our countries have also diverse languages and communities that impacted differently. So that's always been the challenge for civil society. How do we, you know, take every one of these issues, and then we have to look at how it impacts on different parts of our society, but not in a silo way, but to bring it together. So we have a lot of experience doing that. I'm not saying we have solved all the problems, but it just shows the scale of what is needed, and we need to step up. So the intersection among ourselves and just knowing what's going on and learning from each other, and then how to take that back to our different constituencies is always necessary. Thanks.
Are there other comments there from the other panelists to the questions that were posed?
Right. Shan, can I just add a bit? Like, as Yoklin said, of course, language is an issue, not just in this particular initiative, but across many. I think the pandemic has also exacerbated the connectivity because of the connectivity, the access issue, like the infrastructure challenge has also added to the language challenge. Like we did raise this initially in our initial conversations with IT for Change when we got into the project, no, that the language barrier, and this is in particular challenging for regions like Asia, where you actually don't have a common language that you could use to communicate. And a lot of us, actually, the movements working at the regional and global level are relying on allies who have organizing infrastructure at the national and local level, which has been challenged, as I mentioned, during the pandemic, because meeting in flesh, in person, to be able to really connect to grassroots and communities that are actually impacted by digitalization in food and agriculture is almost next to impossible still in some countries, like in where I am, the Philippines, for example. So I think we have to also take this into account, but also take advantage of the vast networks involved in the movements that we are operating.
I'm aware of the time, but I'm going to ask if the others would like to respond, the other panelists would like to respond briefly before I move directly to the second session. We have about 50 minutes, and I don't think we can go beyond that. So in fairness to the other speakers, we'll have other opportunity later on to come back in, I hope. And in fact, the questions that I posed, I have to say, are more to do with the subject of the second session, because it kind of is about really where do we go from here. It's entitled A New Paradigm of Digital Policy Making. So it really is about what are we going to make of everything that is being learned, and where can it, what alternative paradigm can we suggest in the whole area of digital policy making? Parminder, you may have been going to do an intro there, but I think if we just go straight in, given the amount of time, it's probably fair to give the speakers the time. Our first speaker is Nachiket Udupa from MKSS, Mazdoor Kisan Shakti Sangathan. It's a people's organization and part of a growing non-party political process in India. MKSS works with rural poor workers and peasants from the central districts of the northwestern India of Rajasthan. The organization was born of a struggle of community land held illegally by feudal landlords, which is not unique to India, as we know, and currently work towards strengthening participatory democratic processes and to collectively fight exploitation. Nachiket, I'll ask you to come in right there. Are you there?
Yeah. Thanks, Sean. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm just joining from a rural area, so I just wanted to check once. Thank you very much for having me here. Like Sean was saying, I work with the Mazdoor Kisan Shakti Sangathan, which stands for, it's basically an organization for the empowerment of peasants and laborers. And I work with farmers. And that is helped by sort of laying out the framework very well on how digitalization is taking place in agriculture. But just in terms of what's happening in India very quickly, there has been quite a push of late on digitalization and governance, and that has also come into the agriculture sector. Earlier this year in June, the government put out a draft concept paper on what they call the India Digital Ecosystem of Agriculture. And I'll just come to that in a bit, but similar things are happening across sectors. Similar papers have been put out in health, in education, and so there's a broad digital push in governance that is taking place in India. And specifically on agriculture, the if we go by the topic for today, it's ask the impacted sector first. So the team that put together the concept paper for agriculture didn't have a single farmer representative. So in the whole conceptualization of policy in this space, there was not one single farmer. And there were some other issues also. The paper was put out in English, and just like just a very short while ago, we were talking about issues related to language. So India, I mean, most people don't speak English, and language also varies greatly even within the country. So one issue, like others also spoke about earlier, is that it was put in English, but the content itself is so technical. An English speaking farmer also would find it difficult to understand what they are communicating. So one is, of course, that different languages, but second is also the way it is being talked about is so technical that non-tech folks, even though they are affected by it, may not really understand what is being said. All this is, of course, apart from issues of digital access, which is also still a problem. And broadly, one big problem with this was that the thrust, like earlier speakers were also talking about, is digitalization often leads to deregulation. So there is regulation in the existing brick and mortar markets, and when these markets then come into the digital space, then there are no mechanisms that are being enforced for regulation. There are no grievance redress mechanisms, and farmer consent, one is of course from a privacy point of view, but also consent, even before features are being developed, what is being developed with their data. So getting feedback from farmers or other affected people about how the data is being used and what is being done with it, and asking for their inputs before developing something, rather than developing something and then say take it or leave it. And because leaving it is often has a lot of negative impact, so you have to take it, but you don't have a say in what is being offered to you, to take. So these were some broad issues with it, but just how we then went about, what we did after that. So I'm also, the organization I am with is a part of a larger alliance called the Alliance for Sustainable and Holistic Agriculture. So we organize some roundtable discussions with people who are interested in issues related to digitalization in agriculture, also with IT for Change and Parminder. And we came up with a response to this draft that was put out. I'll also share that in the chat in case anyone is interested. And this draft was developed by organizations working on agricultural issues, along with organizations working on digital issues. So that was one, and it had this response was endorsed by about 90 organizations, and again, the organizations endorsing also had a mix of those working on digital issues as well as those working on agricultural issues. And now going forward, also what we want to do is, we've realized, like was even people were talking about earlier, is there are many issues that are specific to agriculture, context specific to a particular theme or sector, but there are also cross-cutting issues that are affecting other sectors. And because digitalization is happening across sectors in India, there are some common issues between what's happening in agriculture, what's happening in health, labor, education, etc. So going forward, what we're thinking of doing is organizing a meeting or a conference which is across sectors, and also multi-stakeholder, but multi-stakeholder in our terms. So, trying to get industry and government also part of the dialogue, because ultimately those are the people we want to speak to. They are the people whose minds we would like to change. So having them there, but having them there on our terms. And so first is to discuss within civil society across sectors, come up with a common response to what is happening, a common set of demands, and then sort of post multi-stakeholderism, where we have various stakeholders, but it's not a corporatized multi-stakeholderism, but rather multi-stakeholderism in terms that we would like. So I'll just stop here, and thanks for having me. I'll also just put another link in the chat, which has some resources on digitalization in agriculture in case anyone's interested. Thank you.
That's great. Thanks a lot. I just had a quick look at that first document you put up, and it looks really, really interesting. Well done. And I love, well, of course, you're ahead of what I was saying there, developing the common positions, but I also love your idea of multi-stakeholderism, but multi-stakeholderism on our terms, because this, of course, has been the issue, and it's the issue in the IGF and in so many other forums. You have this multi-stakeholderism, but it's not on our terms, our there being the people and humanity, if you like. So it's a kind of a new post-multi-stakeholderism, as Parminder mentioned earlier. I'm going to move on, and they've usefully put up a countdown here, because they really do shut down at 1 o'clock. So Richard, I'm going to ask you, of course, as always, to be brief, 7 or 8 minutes. Richard serves as the president of the Association for Proper Internet Governance, and was formerly a senior official in the International Telecommunications Union, the ITU in Geneva. He's been involved in internet governance issues since the beginning of the internet and is now an activist in that area, speaking, publishing, and contributing to discussions in various forums, and of course, very much a founder member of JustNet Coalition as well. Richard, are you there? Please come in.
Yes, thank you, Sean. I really don't know what to say because everybody who came before me said everything that I might have thought of saying better than I could say it. So I think I'll take a slightly different tack. It's depressing, but let's think about the pandemic for a moment. And what we saw is that people didn't rely on private companies to sort things out. The governments took over. Now, I agree with those who criticize the governments. They didn't necessarily do things right. Nevertheless, they did something. And in every case where something was done, it actually helped to alleviate the situation. Again, it could have been done better a little bit. If we hadn't had governments, this thing would have run wild. And in fact, we wouldn't even have the vaccines because the vaccines were developed so quickly because of very, very considerable government funding, which was ad hoc just to develop this vaccine, and then subsidies to the production of the vaccine, etc. So to me, the pandemic shows kind of the return of the state. We have seen this trend to a neoliberal trend to, well, governments are inefficient. The World Economic Foundation says, well, we need something else. Well, guess what? When we got a crisis, and excuse me for being vulgar, the shit hit the fan, what did we rely on? We relied on governments because we don't have anything else. The other thing that we saw from the pandemic is that we don't have enough international cooperation. The World Health Organization is basically ignored, at least in the big developed countries. I think developing countries do rely on it, but it's ignored by the big developed countries. If you look at their website, you'll see that they actually publish extremely useful and sensible information about what to do, but big countries don't care. So we don't have enough international cooperation. And of course, that's been part of the problem. As we all know, the Omicron variant is probably due to the lack of vaccination in developing countries, and that's at least partly due to the restrictions on the exports and local production of vaccine created by the patent system. And that's, again, one of the grave faults of the WTO, is the TRIPS waiver. Let's not get into that here, but basically it's clear that there's a lack of sufficient international cooperation to get things going. So what do we need in our area? Well, it's pretty obvious that we need greater international cooperation and we need greater involvement of the people. And probably the only way to do that right now is to rely on democratic processes in those governments which are democratic. I happen to think that there are very, very, very few of those. There are lots of so-called democratic governments that I don't think are actually democratic. Nevertheless, what can we do? So there have been attempts to invent non-governmental structures, but as all the speakers have pointed out, and Sean, you've mentioned this repeatedly, well, they're not actually democratic. They're highly exclusionary because who shows up? Well, first of all, people who master English. Well, okay, that's already a small number of people. Even of those people who master English, if you go to those meetings, you'll find that it's actually the native speakers. The people like Sean and myself, or Harminder, I consider you now a native speaker, people who really have advanced mastery of the language. And the people who speak English, but they don't speak it so well because it's a second language and they don't use it every day. And they probably understand everything, but they're hesitant to make interventions. When they do make interventions, they're maybe not as well formulated as they are when people are native speakers, so they don't get as much traction. And so there's really a huge imbalance there. And then, of course, there's the funding issue. Who goes to the various meetings, etc. Well, now with Zoom, anybody can go, but guess what? Decisions are not being made. Decisions only get made at face-to-face. Who can afford to go to face-to-face? Well, people who have money. Who has money? Corporate lobbyists, people funded by corporates. And as many of us know, in the area of internet governments, there's been a lot of astroturfing. You had, at least until about 3-4 years ago, you had civil society organizations showing up, which were actually funded and pushing the corporate line of the big internet giants. So it is an issue of what do we do? And I'll just conclude by saying, well, we know what we should not do. What we should not do, as Joke Ling very eloquently explained, is allow the World Trade Organization and other trade agreements to be used to come up with binding treaty-level provisions that actually enshrine the status quo. because that's the name of the game. Their e-commerce joint statement initiative, which I agree with Yokeling is entirely illegal, is looking at a whole range of topics. But when you drill down, what they're interested in is only one thing: it's free flow of data, in order to have the hammer lock on the digitalization of everything that we just discussed, and in order to have the hammer lock on the artificial intelligence that, again, will be used to drive all sectors of the economy in the future. So priority one is kind of block that stuff from happening, because that's their present danger. And then building on that, we need to find other mechanisms, which I think have to involve a combination of new civil society initiatives and also greater engagement in the existing organizations, which are not entirely captured by business. For example, UNCTAD, for example, Food and Agriculture Organization, perhaps even ITU. I know a lot of people don't like ITU, and it is a bit difficult for civil society to participate. Nevertheless, efforts could be made to do that. So it's a long struggle ahead. Step one: prevent the status quo from being enshrined in trade agreements. Step two: develop new mechanisms which are much more open, much more participatory. And indeed, we have to address this language barrier, and that's difficult. Interpretation and translation are expensive, but I think it's going to be something that's essential going forward. And I'll stop there so we have more time for questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. You did manage to add something there, I think. Thanks a lot. I like it. If we didn't have governments, this thing would have run wild. You were talking about COVID, but actually this is, of course, precisely what happened during 30 years of neoliberalism, which happened to coincide when the digital world exploded, and it has indeed run wild. And we've seen the consequences of that, and we're talking about the consequences of that. One of the things that you said there, and I totally understand what you mean by it, we need more government, meaning that at least you have a modicum of democracy within there if we are going to move forward in this. And the alternatives, it is the best worst solution at the moment. But I think you then went on to add that, of course, the issue is how can you get governments to respond to people's concerns far more through civil society organizations. And also, and I agree with you here, through recruiting those UN agencies, both regional and global, on your side, and getting them to be a little bit more daring and to actually say what an awful lot of them really believe about what is happening. So I do think there is a huge need there to kind of find our allies and to work on them more with clear messages for them, and via them then to enable the governments, who are the ones who should really be pushing these decisions. So thanks a lot, Richard. I'm going to move on now to Amber Sinha from the Centre for Internet and Society. Amber is a lawyer interested in technology, the internet, and how the law engages with them. He's intrigued by the impact of emerging technologies on existing legal frameworks and how they need to evolve in response. He's currently executive director of the Centre for Internet and Society, and he manages programs on privacy, big data, cyber security, and AI. Amber, go ahead.
Hi, thanks a lot, and thanks a lot to the IT for Change team, both for inviting me and also helping me considerably with all the logistical issues and eventually joining this session. And not Tanay Mahindra, but thank you for providing me with a login to be able to join this session. I'll largely, I think, pick up from where most of the earlier speakers had left off. And additionally, I'll try to maybe talk a little bit about the policy-making process itself that Nachiket touched upon earlier, and some of the key sort of problems, both in terms of narratives that are built around digital solutions and then lack of participation of relevant stakeholders, which then lead to bad policies. So I think what we see both after the COVID-19 pandemic, but also to a large extent before that, is the positionality of certain kinds of digital solutions as integral to to solving various kinds of socioeconomic problems. So, for instance, in India, if you look at solutions ranging from what have been positioned as general purpose digital technologies such as digital identity, or specific solutions that have emerged in sectors such as healthcare or finance or agriculture. To a large extent, these digital solutions, which are either endorsed, backed, or legitimized through policy making in the form of, either policy making efforts such as legislation or executive order, or smaller policy making efforts which might involve private-public partnership or just an endorsement of a particular version of that technology by the state. I think to a large extent that has occurred without an actual analysis of the problem statement that those digital solutions are intended to solve. And what we can clearly see is the presence of various kinds of vested interests, which position specific digital solutions, increasingly solutions that involve more expensive and more complicated technologies such as artificial intelligence and big data, data-driven decision making, algorithmic decision making, and again, the version and the form of the technology that we see more and more are primarily based on a very vendor-driven imagination. So if you take the example of something like digital ID also, there is a particular imagination that we saw in India, and we see versions of a similar imagination being peddled across the developing world, is that of centralized biometric repositories, without any recourse to the problem statements that they might solve. So, for instance, in India, to begin with, the focus of those solutions was to reduce leakages and frauds in our public food delivery system, and an entire infrastructure, digital infrastructure, was created with that as the primary problem statement that it was intended to solve. What we have seen is much cheaper examples of digital solutions that could have significantly reduced such leakages without having to, require an entire overhaul of our identity infrastructure. So what we see more and more are digital solutions essentially positioned as saviors of and intended to solve problems, of corruption, problems of leakages, problems due to lack of formalization, and what we don't see is whether at the outset or at the stage of implementation, any real consideration with regard to involving the stakeholders who are most impacted by it in any kind of policy or technological design making of that solution. To give you another example, for instance, in healthcare, in India, what we see is the use of what is self-identified as AI-driven diagnostic tools, which are intended to democratize the healthcare services, particularly in rural areas. And what they often then tend to do is to treat those demographics in the population as an experimental test bed for untested technologies, and position them, in the form of initiatives which would reduce fraud, which would reduce lack of access and lead to greater social good. So the larger sort of problem, when we have tried to critically look at a lot of these digital making processes, has been, as Nachiket pointed out, the lack of involvement of the appropriate stakeholders. And I think that's where the key sort of challenge lies. And I think we are seeing more and more some examples and some models of how more stakeholders can be involved. I think the language barrier, how to then, essentially get the seat in the room, a seat at the table, how to speak to the right people. Those are capacity challenges that the state also faces. But I think one of the big failures of the state is actually not interrogating vendors that they employ more critically in terms of providing a clearer roadmap or a clearer outline of how the solutions that they are intended, that they are positioned to solve are actually going to lead to specific outcomes. And I think that's that is where we see fairly lazy action from the states in terms of not critically looking at tenders, not asking more difficult questions of vendors in this space. And for a lot of sort of key technologies, I think globally also there are a handful of vendors which dominate certain technologies, and then we see larger networks of in different regions of different kinds of partners that are involved in the setup. So, for instance, we've been looking at the vendors who are involved in the provision of identity programs globally, and what sort of nexus that we see across them, and then how to a large extent they are also able to bypass fairly basic rule of law procedures and get access to a lot of data that they have no business getting access to. So I think the key challenge that we face here are largely driven by very, very clear profit motives and the infestation of several global organizations and the global narratives, including something like the Sustainable Development Goals, by the sort of profit-driven agendas, and then the narrative that is created by it is actually very, very difficult for even local civil society actors like ourselves to counter. Particularly, and most of these questions that we raise are also seen as antithetical to the welfare or the development agenda. I think that's a challenge that digital rights organizations face significantly, and that is also increasingly a challenge that I think grassroots organizations are facing when they start critically looking at solutions that are being imposed on them. I think the sort of key solution that we have tried to look at is the need for more sort of resources that on the ground movements and organizations have to evaluate systems that they're dealing with. So we created an evaluation framework for identity solutions, and we're working on this week releasing a decision guide for technology and policy design for the same thing. And in other kind of verticals, we work closely with gig economy workers in India with regard to the impact that digital solutions have on their labor rights. So I think those are some of the issues which I think require creation of guidances and resources that on the ground movements and organizations can use more effectively. And what we would be very keen to also is to have more of these conversations to explore collaborations and synergies towards that. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Amber. That was really useful. I love the idea of the digital as being a solution looking for a problem, but not just that, as being a highly profitable solution looking for a problem, any problem, and they can solve them all, as we know. And so there's therefore kind of no need really to consult anybody or ask anybody what they need, because the digital corporations already know what they need. And this is a huge problem. Then you can end up with these highly expensive, inappropriate solutions, or you can have people and communities being used as guinea pigs to test out new technologies. And then I think it was very good the way you pointed a way forward there to involve more stakeholders, but also the practical solution that you talked about, resources to evaluate systems. that communities and other stakeholders can use. And that certainly adds a very practical element to the possible agenda of the initiatives that we're talking about here, to come up with those kind of templates for those resources to enable real evaluation of what's going on here. I'm going to hand over to Parminder for our final speaker, and then we should have a few minutes for questions. Parminder.
Thank you, Sean. And now I'll invite our last speaker, Jamila Venturini, who is from Brazil and heads Derocos Digitalis from Chile. Before I asked her to speak, I must apologize her and then congratulate her for these reasons. The apology is that she was not on the initial speaker line, and she has agreed to join us because Deborah is missing, who was supposed to be our speaker. And I must also tell you, Jamila and others, that actually you were to be part of the speakers list. And then we really scanned and said that no Latin American can get up at 4 o'clock and be here. And therefore, we just did not get any Latin American or even USCN person because we thought it was not practical. And that's the only reason you are not here. And the congratulations is for you for having got up at 4 o'clock or 4:30 or whatever it was, and for being with us, which we really, really thank you for. And also to put another context, Jamila and Derocos is also an organization which we have been in talk with for this specific project on the media track. And we will continue the discussion later on. However, meanwhile, we had spent, and I and Sean actually have spent a lot of time trying to get mainstream or traditional media people onto this project, which all of them were very interested. And we are also talking to Jamila's organization as a digital actor to come on to this track of work. And we had very interesting, discussions with the traditional media group, which were all very, very interested, but somehow that couldn't work. But that keeps on going on. So Jamila was a part of our scheme, both for this session and for the JNC 2.0 project. And here we have her. Thanks so much for getting up so early to be with us. So Jamila, since I am not sure whether you were prepared for this session, you have just come up, so I'll pose for you a question. You are ready, you are welcome to respond to or comment on whatever got said here. You would have read the workshop note as well, and we are happy to hear your comments on it. But the point here is to share with us what you think about how, when digital is now seeping into all aspects of the society and all sectors are being transformed, how should digital policy making take into account this fact that much of the knowledge, expertise, and views should now come from those impacted sectors, and how they should be gotten, and what should be processes whereby we can continually be in engagement with the sectors and continually be able to get perspectives from them. And how do you see that vis-a-vis, for example, internet governance has been working, including IGF is working, and so on? You are free to ignore my questions and just comment on the workshop note and the earlier speakers. But I thought I'll just give you a segue if you wish to take that. So Jamila, please. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Parminder. I couldn't miss this session. It was very interesting to hear what you have been working, and it has been very interesting until now. Actually, a lot of what was presented until now resonates a lot with what the approach we are trying to develop from Latin America, Derechos Digitales. We have been developing some efforts, and to go to part of your question, Parminder, we also see a lot of space for building bridges among communities and organizations that works in different fields of digital of social justice debates, and we see that as an urgent need. But we also see that there are still a lot of challenges in how do we develop that. And I guess one of the things it was taking my attention had to do with the language, as we were saying, and it's not only about different languages and different idioms that we talk in this global forum, but including inside our countries or inside our regions, how the type of work and the type of culture that we have, and we as a digital rights organization, from other movements that have longer histories, have other trajectories, has also shown as sometimes a challenge for us to connect. And we have been dedicating a lot in these past years to precisely expand digital rights discussions to other fields beyond these digital rights communities. And at the same time, and I guess I will focus a bit more on that, we have been pushing for new languages and new perspectives inside the digital rights communities. Derechos Digitales is an organization that is a pioneer in discussing digital rights in Latin America. It was founded in 2005 when these discussions were still initiating in the region. Now it is a regional organization working in all Latin American countries, but our main effort is to bring social justice in a decolonial perspective to these discussions. And I guess this is something that you have touched a lot. And another thing that we feel is relevant is in this particular moment is to denaturalize the idea of digital transformation. I guess this is kind of a negative perspective, if you wish, but how do we push for bottom-up alternatives to this idea or this agenda of digital transformation from the different layers, infrastructure level, protocols, applications? And how do we point out to the limits of this rhetoric of the digital being so key to efficiency and data is key to inclusion? And I guess Amber touched this point previously. And how do we recover our own definitions of such concepts? Because the idea that development is based on exploitation of data is something that was not necessarily defined by our communities, but it was mostly pushed as part of a business model for some tech corporations to survive in several cases, right? So this is something we are doing a lot, and what we do is to produce information on what is being developed and what are the consequences or what are the impacts of what is being developed right now. What we have in the region is that in name of innovations, countries facilitate privatization, data exploitation, as several of you have said, by big tech corporations without any type of balancing of public and citizens' interests and fundamental rights. So usually these public-private agreements are presented as for free, so you have little space for negotiating conditions on the adoption of such technologies. We have seen that in the education sector, we have seen that in the welfare sector, we have seen that in the health sector, and we have been trying to map and understand how that has been operating during the pandemic particularly. You have no transparency, no space for participation, for broader participation, and that's very contradictory with the history that we have in Latin America of social participation and public participation in policymaking in several of our countries. The regulatory approach mostly in these cases seek to facilitate these initiatives without any safeguards, as I said, and as several of you have pointed out, deregulation is the norm. So you see exceptions, ambiguities. We will have some regulatory developments that we could celebrate in terms of data protection, for instance, but you also see even in the good practices and the good examples that we could have in that sector that you have a lot of ambiguities and a lot of exceptions that respond to some structural and geopolitical dynamics as how we are as a region in these disputes. And you also have this naturalization of inequality and discrimination by design, I would say. You could see that with digitization of welfare strategies and in several countries. In Brazil, for instance, we had a policy for a cash transfer program that was very important during the pandemic last year, and it was fully digitized. It was only accessible by mobile apps, for instance. And when I say that it's discriminatory by design, you have discrimination in the idea that you don't have an alternative for requiring a public benefit, for requiring a right to the government. if you don't have access, so you have the idea of everybody has access, and more than that, the same application was developed to be used only by one person in one cell phone. So people, the assumption was that not only that everybody, including people that were in need for emergency cash transfer during the pandemic, had access to internet, access to an individual private device that could be used for that. And that was not, of course, a reality, as you can imagine, not even in Brazil or the region, globally, of course. And finally, we also believe we still need to insist in a human rights agenda that we are disputing globally, regionally, and I guess the IGF is also part of these is also a space to dispute these concepts and this agenda. The context is that countries have to stick to the communities they already adopted in terms of human rights standards. The need to recognize that some technology, and I guess that goes back to my second point, some technology are not aligned with such commitments. It might be necessary not only to regulate, but even to limit some types of implementations. You could mention facial recognition, for example, that is quickly expanding in the region. And we are still in the context in which social movements are censored, they're criminalized, they're surveyed, they're attacked only and online and offline. And that's something that is unacceptable if we want to advance in building communities, if we want to advance in demanding participation. So we also believe that the human rights agenda is a way to escape this corporate language of ethics that is usually activated to evade regulation, and it's incorporated by governments basically to enable privatized digitalization without safeguards. And so to summarize, I guess these are some of the strategies we have been adopting when thinking about how do we promote better participation, and how do we promote and how do we recover alternatives, even alternatives that were part of of our history of how we discussed technology previously and that seemed to be pushed aside. And well, that's how we are seeing the discussion. And again, congratulate for the event and also for the initiatives of building these bridges and seeking for community participation in these discussions, and looking forward to continue collaborating with you in this.
Thank you, Jamila. I mean, one thing the JustNet Coalition's Delhi Declaration, the formative principles had, and you talked about in terms of the welfare state and what's happening in Brazil, one is the right to not be on the internet. Was recognized as a founding principle. We have a right not to be on the internet and still get public services you were talking about. And I think one of the most important points theoretically in that sense, theoretical practically, is what you said, that when we go out and try to engage with other social justice community, we have to change and challenge concepts and notions which we have internally built inside the digital community, because right now, and we have tried to talk a lot of, it takes a lot of time because the language, the vocabulary is, so one, it is different, and second, it's actually uncomfortable for them. It's not only different because like I'm talking English and you are talking Portuguese, but they already feel that it is in a way wrong or problematic, a lot of language. They may have to change to recognize new realities, but a lot internally the digital communities have to change in the kind of denaturalization you were talking about. So I think I'll just like very short time, but Sean, can you drive next 10 minutes or 8 minutes for a discussion, cross-cutting discussion on the things and how things should be taken forward? Thanks.
No, I'm not going to say how things should be taken forward. It's not up to me. But yes, I'm calling back again for questions. We did have a question coming in there from Sonakshi Agarwal for Nachiket. And let's have a look at that while others think about what they want to do. It's how labour movements now have a new beast to deal with in the form of algorithm software governing more and more aspects of their work. There's increased vagueness among labour rights groups now about what one is fighting against due to non-expertise in technical jargon. How are the workers and farmers you work with dealing with this? And how is MKSS or other coalitions you're part of attempting to make these things more transparent? This is a question that maybe some of the others would like to tackle as well. It's a very important one.
Should I go, Sean?
Do please, and others can come in after if you like.
Okay, so I'm also conscious of time. So just very quickly, there are three things I would like to say. First is, I think, and this is also an area MKSS works in, I think broadly, a lot of what digitalization is doing is taking away people's choice in what they want to engage with. So I guess in terms of messaging, to make it easier to understand, what we're trying to say basically to the people we work with is, that this is taking away participation. So we are trying to see how we can get participatory decision making back, and how can we democratize these technologies. So I guess in terms of messaging, that is what we are trying to communicate. And just in terms of the methods we're adopting, I think uh, a lot of interactive meetings, also trying to now do meetings between sectors. So often when you have to talk to someone who doesn't understand your jargon, you have to simplify it so much that then the message gets across. And I think the third point I would like to make also is again regarding language. So when this concept paper came, when you have to communicate it to people who don't know English, when you can't use those technical terms, and you're forced to say it in another language, I think that helps simplify. It helps one automatically simplify concepts for oneself. And when you try to communicate it in other languages, I think it forces you to mentally simplify things and make them more comprehensible. That's it. I hope that answered the question.
Would somebody else like to come in on that one? We have 5 minutes left. I totally sympathize with what was being said there as well. And it's not just about language, but when you're forced to try and get somebody else who's not familiar with an area to understand what you're trying to say, you often learn an awful lot yourself, and about how you communicate your ideas, but also how valid your ideas are. So that kind of being forced to communicate and to simplify can be a very positive process. Are there others who'd like to come in there?
I had two comments actually on the labor issue. Of course, it's pretty obvious that certain companies, Uber comes to mind, but it's not the only one, there are many, are basically evading labor law by classifying people as independents, and so they don't have to pay unemployment insurance and other things like that. Now, in almost every jurisdiction where that's been litigated, Uber has actually lost. And in some cases, then it's tried to change the law, etc. But so one key point is to watch out for the fact that some of these companies are profitable because they're actually getting around the rules. Another example is Booking.com, which can be perfectly, Airbnb, which can be perfectly legitimate, but it's turned into a situation where some people actually buy up a whole bunch of apartments in one building and rent them out. So they're actually running a hotel without being subject to all of the safety and other regulations of hotels. So that's one thing to keep in mind. We do have the tools to keep these people, quote unquote, honest by applying the legislation that already exists. The other comment is not related to that. Jamila made me think of something. Jamila mentioned that most of this ICT stuff is towards efficiency, which is true. And we've forgotten that there are other things than efficiency, in particular, redundancy and reliability. And again, the pandemic is a great example. The global supply chains, just at the beginning, to supply masks, were super efficient. Yes, when nobody needed that many masks. And when everybody needed masks, all of a sudden we discovered that the global supply chain didn't work anymore because of the travel restrictions and so on. And so you actually needed redundancy. You need to be able to produce masks in more than one place. And so we need to bring back these values other than efficiency and say, yes, efficiency is good, but it's not everything. There's equity, social equity, economic equity, which we've discussed, but there's also reliability, redundancy, resilience against catastrophes, emergencies, etc. So those have to be balanced. We can't push only efficiency.
Thanks. The organisers have a countdown here. It's down at 2 minutes 40. So I'm going to ask Parminder, when is when is IT for Change and the project going to enable more of these kind of get-togethers? Because it's clear that there's a huge amount to talk about. I mean, so many things have come up there, but if we are to move forward, there's going to have to be an awful lot more interaction. So up to you, Parminder. Tell us the next steps.
Thank you, Sean. So within this so-called project framework, we and Sean knows it, we have done a huge amount of communication with so-called traditional organizations in each traditional organization involved with different sectors. And it is a part of this journey over the next year to get them together to do the kind of conversation we are doing here. I think a more relaxed conversation, having better structured one as well. So that's going to happen in the next few months. But as you would have also seen from the workshop note and what we have been talking, that, and this is still an idea, JustNet Coalition is internally going to talk more about it, but we almost think that this is the direction JustNet Coalition should take as a coalition, to work in this manner, to focus its energy into those spaces which Jamila also talking about, between the digital activists and the impacted sectors, and bring those voices, perspectives into digital policy making. And to the extent needed, build the capacity, but I mean, we have a lot to learn from each other. So there would be meetings of this kind. You can be looking at it within 3-4 months as a part of actually this project. And also we'll keep you informed about how this project goes, but in the same time, how the JustNet Coalition reshapes itself on a standing basis as a bridge builder. And we welcome you to contribute ideas on this. I just gave the email in the chat, but most of you probably know us already. So happy to hear your views, and I think we are at the time when we have to log on.
You are indeed. They're giving me signals here. I think it's worked out quite well. I want to congratulate the technical staff here as well, but mainly at IT for Change, of course, and everybody else who has made this possible. So thanks very much from my side. And we'll all be seeing each other again.
And thanks. Sonakshi Agarwal, Deepti were mainly responsible for getting this workshop together, but also all the participants who came up. Yeah.
Thank you. Take care, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Hello, Ben.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Hi, Henriette.
Hi, Ben. Henriette here. I'm here in the room. I hope you can see me. I'm here with one other person. I'm unfortunately can't access the schedule, so I don't have the link. So I cannot join on Zoom. If you can just quickly email me the schedule, I'll be joining the session on Zoom. Thank you. Looking forward to it.
Okay. Let me just do that now. And I know one of our speakers will be is Wisdom Donkor, who will be in the room. And Henriette, can you confirm you are in Ballroom A?
I'm in Ballroom A, Ben, and I'm here with Marlena from the Secretariat. No one else has arrived, so our on-site speaker has not arrived. Can you give me an idea of how many people are online remotely while I wait for the link?
Yeah, we have about 15 people.
Excellent. I'll be joining them soon. This is a case of where virtual reality is more real than physical reality.
Yes. And of course, the session is being recorded and streamed on YouTube. So there might be people watching live, and there will be people who will be able to watch this after the fact on the recording.
Yeah, there's a problem with the Zoom links, as you may have heard. There's the website is down, so the Zoom situation is problematic for many, so they're only going to be watching on YouTube.
Yeah. So what we may have is a session where a lot of our audience is actually after the fact, but we know this is being recorded and people will be able to see it live as well as afterwards.
And I'm
So
happy to report that more people are coming up. So we have more people in the room with us now, Ben. So please just go ahead and we'll catch up.
Great. Thank you, Henriette. So why don't I start? It's 3 minutes past the hour. And so I'm going to welcome you today to Our Digital Future. This is a series of capacity building workshops that's co-organized by Microsoft and the IGF Secretariat. And this is the third session in the series. The previous ones have looked at the issues of cybersecurity and digital transformation. And with this third session taking place during the annual meeting, we decided to tie into one of this annual meeting's two main focus areas. That's universal access and meaningful connectivity. And my colleague, Daniel Akinmade Emejulu, has been driving this for Microsoft. Unfortunately, he's unwell and not able to participate today. But we're pressing ahead. And I think we even have someone called Lily who has agreed to step in as rapporteur. So I'll introduce her later. So this session today, we're thinking about this in the context of the Sustainable Development Goals. And within SDG 9, there is a specific target to provide universal and affordable access in least developed countries by 2020. Now, this deadline has now obviously passed, but I think that just brings more urgency to understanding how we can tackle this issue. And the way that we hope the session will contribute is to provide a nuanced outline of the diverse roles that governments, regulators, the private sector, and other stakeholders need to play in order to deliver affordable universal internet access. We have 4 great speakers who are going to provide these different perspectives in the discussion today. And we also want this to be interactive. After we hear from the speakers, we will open up for views from the audience. And we also have a poll that we will run in a few minutes, and again at the end of the session, that will hopefully provide a sense of the impact we have with today's discussion. But first, to help set the scene for us, I'm very happy to be able to ask Microsoft's Vice President for UN Affairs, John Frank, to provide us with some opening remarks. John, can I pass over to you?
Thank you, Ben. And thanks everyone for being with us today. And I'm sorry Daniel is not with us today, but he is recovering and doing well. This session about capacity building, I think, is important because as we've worked through the pandemic, I think it's very clear that we need to increase our capacity to bring connectivity to people. And the opportunity to discuss a multi-stakeholder set of roles is incredibly important because this is not going to be able to be solved by any one group by themselves. I mean, the private sector, the invisible hand of Adam Smith and the economics textbook is not going to solve this problem in any time frame that we can be happy with. And so I think that we need to look at the current approaches that are taking place and recognize A, they're not adequate, and B, there's opportunities to improve them. We've worked with the UN Tech Envoy's Office and the International Peace Institute, and we've had a variety of workshops over this past year talking about people-centered connectivity and what all's engaged, what all's involved in that. Too often discussions have been about infrastructure and equipment and maps that show coverage, and not enough discussion of people and measuring how many people are actually using the internet in an intensive way, not just connecting periodically, but getting the full benefits that those of us in the connected world enjoy. And so I think as we've had these discussions, I think it's focused on a few things. One, we need better measurements of usage. We need intensity of usage, and we need gender information and demographic information about usage. Secondly, when we launch these projects, we need to think about affordability and the purchasing power of the population. We shouldn't just be targeting the top 5 or 10% of the purchasing power of a country. We need to be thinking about the entire population and look for solutions that bring connectivity at an affordable price and affordable devices for the broad population. We also need to think a great deal about digital skilling. It's the capacity of people to enjoy the benefits of the internet in a responsible way. And so thinking about capacity building and training of people, digital skills, and the employment opportunities that can be created are very important. So there's a full range of skills from online literacy to professional development. We need to think about how we create services. And are we delivering healthcare? Are we enabling farmers to realize a higher income? Are we thinking about how education can be delivered online? These are the kind of questions that ought to be thought about when we start with a project, not just at the end afterwards. So I think it is this kind of broad framework of a people-defined internet connectivity project that we're here to talk about. And so it's great that we've got this opportunity to have the discussion. It's even better if we can follow up and affect real change. And at the end, we'd like to be able to measure, as going forward, the affordability, the breadth, and the positive impacts that the internet can be having in the least developed countries. It's a big project, but I think there's a unique moment now. The pandemic has given us all a broad sense that we need to do more. And I'm very pleased to see that there are initiatives to increase funding for connecting the least developed countries. We will be going to Doha, we hope in January, for the least developed countries' 5th decennial conference that the UN is sponsoring. Microsoft is leading the private sector forum. And we think, there we'll have an important session. We're hoping to bring together not just private sector, but donor nations, as well as international organizations and representatives from the senior political levels of least developed countries. And one of the topics will certainly be how we can find new models of financing and partnering to bring greater connectivity for the people in the least developed countries. And so with that, I'm looking forward to this discussion. And we have a wonderful group of people participating, and let's go to the discussion. Thank you.
John, thank you very much. That was a really great way of setting the scene for our discussion today. And I appreciate you joining us. So in fact, we're ready to start hearing from those speakers. I understand there's a technical issue with the poll. So we are going to move directly through our 4 speakers and to hear of the urgency of each stakeholder's role in providing access in least developing countries. And the first person we're going to hear from is Robert Pepper. He's the head of global connectivity policy and planning for Meta. You probably know Meta is the company which has, amongst other things, the apps Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram. So, Pepper, let me hand over to you. Tell us about the private sector.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks for organizing this. And, I couldn't agree more with, John. The issues that we're facing are extremely important. And it's going to take all of us to close the gaps. I'm going to talk a little bit about, again, the role of the private sector broadly, and what we need to do. And it is more than just the connectivity. Is the internet available? The ITU just last week released the latest data from its indicators project and found, well, there's huge progress, right? Over the last even 2 years, the number of people using the internet around the world has increased by over 17%. But nevertheless, there's still 2.9 billion people who are not using the internet. If we look historically, let's looking at the connectivity layer, just the being able to connect. The investments made to build that out, whether it started with telegraph and then telephone and now the internet and broadband, has been predominantly financed by the private sector. And the private sector does this because, private companies make money. And so, it's a business. But, the business and the business models and the costs associated with building out the networks have over time left gaps. First with telephones, and then with the migration to mobile broadband. Those gaps actually are closing significantly because the cost of the technologies is coming down significantly. And with trends like, open disaggregated technologies, probably the one people hear the most about is Open RAN technology, open radio access networking technology. The cost of the technology is dropping, and the ability to deploy is becoming easier. And so the gaps that existed in the past because there was not a business model, those gaps are closing. Nevertheless, there are still places, and by the way, we now have new low orbit Earth satellites, the LEOs. We have new constellations. And so, the technology is getting out there. Nevertheless, there will continue to be gaps, and what we need are public-private partnerships with the private sector making its massive investments alongside others who can help close the gaps. Let me give you a couple of very concrete examples. Policy. So, for example, in Peru, in rural Peru, the government had tried for years to connect, even get just a 2G connection out to rural Peru. They tried universal service. They tried satellite phones. They tried everything. Nothing really, got traction. Nothing really took hold. They have great coverage in the urban areas and the semi-urban areas, but in the very rural areas of Peru, it's remote. There's mountains and so on. What they did about 4 or 5 years ago is change the law to allow rural mobile infrastructure operators. And because of that change in policy, there was a new business model that became possible. And Meta, alongside Telefonica, created a small wholesale operator, and there was also partial funding from the Inter-American Development Bank, but no Peruvian government money, no universal service money. There is now a radio wholesale network, that radio access network that's been built across rural Peru, that any MNO, the MVNOs, the mobile virtual operators, are now connecting to. And these are places that didn't even have 2G connection. They now have Open RAN 4G connections for mobile broadband. And that was, a partnership with government that recognized that a very small policy change could unleash private investment alongside investment from IADB, which is a very, very small part of that. Over the last, number of years, Meta has, through our investments, have, connected and enabled much better connections for over 300 million people. We're currently building over 150,000 kilometers of subsea systems. And the most notable, of course, is the 2 Africa project with 7 other consortium members that's connecting over 30 countries with more than 41 landings. And it's the first cable to go all the way around Africa. It's going to connect up to Europe, the Middle East, and eventually over to India. These are, again, fundamental, necessary investments by the private sector, but it's not enough because there nevertheless will still be gaps. And so it's really moving to a public-private partnership to fill those gaps.
Thank you very much, Papa. And I'd like to come back to you with just one question or clarification. So it's really important to get these new types of investment from the private sector. Are there any, maybe looking at the example of Peru, are there any regulatory changes that would enable or facilitate these kind of new types of investment?
So an example is the Internet para Todos project in Peru. In addition to attract investments on, we have several projects partnering on fiber backhaul in Africa. We have a network that's been up and running now for 3 years, 770 kilometer backhaul network in Uganda to allow Airtel and other operators to go from 2G to 4G. They didn't have the backhaul. We're doing similar kinds of partnering projects in the DRC. I do think that some very basic policies having to do with access to rights of, this is on the infrastructure side. I don't want to ignore the really important people-centered things that John's talked about in terms of skills and relevant content and so on. But on the infrastructure side, we know that there are things that can facilitate competition with open cable landings, that facilitate subsea landings, that allow for internet exchanges to be built on an open basis in countries that allow the exchange of traffic. And so some of the policy changes recognize the importance of shared networks, shared assets, while maintaining competition. So wanting open access to landing stations, internet exchange points, access to rights of way, And then, of course, what's essential for mobile broadband, whether it's mobile or other wireless technologies that Jane will talk about for, I hope, I assume, in terms of community networks, access to spectrum that is both unlicensed as well as licensed. And there are community networks that are so essential for providing services into areas that don't have traditional operators. And those community networks can then evolve into partnerships with existing operators.
Thank you. In fact, you might not have seen it, but there was a comment from Jane in the chat noting that in terms of partnerships, it's not just the public sector and the private sector, but civil society, technical community, and local actors. So just as you mentioned there.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. It's not public-private. It's actually a multi-stakeholder partnership, right? And we have to move away from the notion of it was just governments or just private sector, but the whole, IGF is built around the multi-stakeholder, environment, which is, civil society, academics, the technical community, the private sector, government. We all have a role to play, and that's essential.
Thank you so much. We'll move on. I'm going to change the order of speakers slightly, because just to allow for Wisdom, who's just arrived, to get some breath. He's in the meeting room in person. I'm going to ask Tracy Hackshaw to talk, and you, a variety of roles. You can introduce yourself, but I think what's particularly interesting in the context of today's discussion is that you're the co-chair of the IGF's Dynamic Coalition of Small Island Developing States, and they have their own particular challenges, I think, sometimes in getting connectivity. So I wonder if you could talk to us about the role of financial communities, the investment community, in helping with these challenges.
Ben, Tracy, apologies. Just before Tracy, you start, I just want to ask everyone who's in the room that if you wanted to follow the session and see the chat that's taking place, then you need to log into the Zoom room as well, if you've not done that already. But that will give you the full hybrid experience because people are using the chat as well. Back to you, Tracy and Ben.
Thanks, Henriette. Tracy.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Henriette, and thank you, Ben. So Ben indicated that I'm the co-chair of the DC SID, Small Island Developing States. Actually, I'm from Trinidad and Tobago, which is a Caribbean island. Currently doing work with the Universal Postal Union, doing work with Dot Post and their projects. And in relation to the question that's being posed, I would say that within underserved communities, so small islands, least developed countries, landlocked developed countries, the issues of access, affordability, inclusion, they are really in competition for prioritization in those countries by governments and state actors. To a large extent, in those regions and those countries where we have these issues, they're still grappling with issues of basic infrastructure. And I don't want to sound negative, but there are still issues of roads and access to water, access to basic services. So when you talk about access to the internet and have digital inclusion issues, you are effectively competing with those larger issues that the government has to deal with, and the country has to deal with, which relates to crime and in my part of the world, we have an issue with drug trafficking from South America to North America, and that creates a whole series of spin-off challenges. So when you're competing with these things, you have to realize that a government or a state enterprise or state actor almost deprioritizes digital inclusion over these larger issues, which can fundamentally destabilize a country. So we have a heavy reliance in our parts of the world on the work of international developmental agencies, such as the World Bank, the UNDP, the development banks like the Asian Development Bank, the African Development Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, and so on, and even groups like the Commonwealth and the Francophone groups and so on, who provide that sort of developmental funding. But even there, Ben and others, there's competition even within the development agencies for that funding. So funding to be provided for basic infrastructure needs, water projects, projects related to crime and infrastructure, versus digital economy projects and access and inclusion projects. And even there, within, if there's a digital space, you're competing now for what digital projects do we wish to fund? Do we fund access projects? Do we fund entrepreneurship projects? Do we fund projects related to issues in terms of even digital literacy in the first place? So how do you deal with these issues? Now, especially in small and developing states, I would suggest that traditional banking and finance in that investment community referred to are generally reluctant and even resistant to providing financing for capacity building and access and inclusion, far less for digital entrepreneurship and other issues. While in the OECD countries and developed countries, you find that this gap can be filled by venture capital and angel investment. Within SIDS and other countries of that nature, this sector is very immature, very lean. And once again, even there, you have competition for resources. So we talk about it in terms of access to financing and what's available, but just this competition and prioritization, I think, has not been dealt with sufficiently in our discussions on this issue. Maybe one approach that I could speak about in terms of being a positive spin, and given the work I'm doing with Dot Post, is that there's a way we can probably piggyback on existing projects that have funding and capacity from the international development agencies. So, for example, the postal sector, where they're building out, additional access to services, digital financial services. In doing that, there needs to be built, the access needs to be built out in the first place. So as you go out and build out these access centers and physical facilities in rural and underserved areas within the countries, by definition, you can be building out access and building capacity within those countries. So I think that's one useful area where Universal Postal Union has been providing that sort of support. And we can look at other agencies who are maybe non-traditional financial services agencies in the UN system and otherwise, the ITU, for example, to perhaps provide that additional support without having to compete for these resources in digital projects. And what I found, just to wrap this point up, is that when you look at providing this digital support, the services support, many countries and many agencies do not look first at the access issue. So there's an assumption that when you provide this financing, that the access is already there. And because the narrative around the world has been, we've reached, maybe a 2/3 connectivity, many reports over 77%, 75% connectivity. But as you know, A4AI and the W3C talk about meaningful access and affordable access. So just having the availability of 3G, 4G, even 5G networks, having it available doesn't necessarily mean it's affordable and it's available to be used by people in certain areas. And even the quality of the access, the speed of the performance, the quality of service is challenged. And you have electricity needs, and I'm sure when we talk about that with the African nations, whether or not we can actually talk about the basic fundamental issues of electricity and try to provide that access. So I think there are a lot of underlying and complex issues related to this, and hopefully this the financial community will be able to address it by reprioritizing access and inclusion over and above maybe other issues that are currently being they're facing and being addressed by governments who talk to them. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Tracy. That's really interesting because there's obviously a bit of a, I think sometimes we think about connectivity as enabling the pursuit of these other sustainable development goals. It's the enabling SDG. And without it in place, it's hard to do the other things. But it's a very good point that the access is often competing with really big societal issues. And so that's a neat solution about piggybacking on existing projects and getting the access as part of it. And in fact, that's a really good segue to the next speaker, because you're talking about other sectors of government which might have interest in financial services or tourism or education, and getting them to think about connectivity as part of achieving their own goals. And that's really what we were hoping to hear about from our third speaker, Wisdom Donkor, who's with the Africa Open Data and Internet Research Foundation. Wisdom, are you in the room now, I think, and able to take the mic?
Yes, I'm in a room.
Yes, I wonder, yeah, we can hear you. I'm not sure if we can see you, but we can certainly hear you. And yeah, I wonder if you could talk to us about the need for whole of government approaches, whole of government roadmaps, and how that can play into resolving the connectivity challenges we're discussing today.
The President and CEO for Africa Open Data and Internet Research Foundation. Yes, yes, and also thank you for bringing me on this session. I would say I did work with government before, from 2011 up to 2012, before I assumed the role with Africa Open Data. So I'll try to outline 1 or 2 points, what government should do. Whilst we all know roadmap gives direction to destination, government, especially in the developing countries, have their priority areas, and sometimes we do have technology as one of their priority, but then you see a different direction when it comes to that, and then I will be outlining that. So the first one that I would like to touch on is one. The central government is key in planning all of these roadmaps, but the ultimate implementation should be by the local government in collaboration with local authorities and leaders. What we see in developing countries is that though government have the policies and all that, they tend to implement those policies themselves, and most times forgetting about the leaders in the communities. So when a program is being implemented, you see it as a white elephant. Yes, so that's one area that we need to concentrate on and see how government can be helped to straighten some of their policies towards the community leaders. So one size fits all approved from the global world does not work in the developing world, but incentives, transfer of technology, skills, finance, and all that. Then what we also realize is that when it comes to implementing some of these technological projects, government try to partner with a private organization, and most times these private organizations comes from outside of the country, And then when they bring them, they bring the consultants, and when those projects are being implemented, that transfer of knowledge is not there. That transfer of skills is not there. So when they hand over the project and they leave, people who were not part on the project don't see the need to even be part of the project when the original implementers of those projects left. So we also have to look at this and make sure that if there is such project, the locals should be involved from day one up to the last day. And when the contractors leave, we can have that continuity of those projects. The third point, I'll talk about the enabling environment for private sectors to strive is key, but investment incentives have to be geared towards host countries, enjoying local content, skills transfer with a stipulated period. Yes, this is another key point that we have to look at, especially when it comes to local content. I'll give example with the agri sector. Agri sector, agri sector employs about, I should say, almost about 70 to 80% of the population within Africa. In my country, about 70 or 80%, and that applies to most of the other countries in Africa. So when we take that sector alone, you can just imagine how much employment will be generated through technology if we're able to implement it very well. Example, you have a farmer who farms in a rural community, but then internet is not reaching there. And then if internet is reaching there, sometimes that local content that they need is not there. Local content is such that, let's say weather, for example, the farmer would like to know the weather patterns, when a farmer should plant his produce, or sometimes there's a particular disease that is being that a plant is being affected by a plant, infected by a plant. The farmer would like to know what type of disease is that. So if that local content is there, all that the farmer needs to do is that take the phone, the application is on it. The farmer should be able to transmit or take a photo of that disease, and then once that photo is being transmitted into a central database, it analyzes the type of disease, and then a kind of a feedback report is being sent to the farmer in the local language. I think with this, we should be solving a problem. And then the fourth point, bridging the digital divide holistically will be achieved only from the grassroots, small towns, villages, marginalized, are connected to internet in a meaningful way. Yes, this is another point. We are talking about bridging the digital divide. So what roadmap does government need? We also have to look at this when it comes to connectivity. There is one major issue that is hindering the progress of Africa, and then that is what spectrum allocation. Now, all the spectrum allocations that we have within the African or developing countries are geared towards the big private organizations, let's say Vodafone, MTN, and etc. And these organizations tend to look at areas where they will yield profits. If they are supposed to go to a rural community that they think they will not benefit anything from them, they will not go. And sometimes they use their power to influence governments not to even make any allocation for, let's say, small organization that would like to go into those areas. So if you can critically look at spectrum allocation and say that, okay, government will say that we are making this spectrum available for small NGOs like ISOC, for example, can take this up, and then areas that government or private sector wouldn't like to go, then you see these small private organizations, NGOs, taking up this license and then going to those areas where internet is not reaching. So we should be solving a problem. And then the last point I'll talk about is community networks, a key point to the fourth point I just spoke about. And the untapped and often misapplied universal access fund will be key to this. Yes, we also have to look into funding of such projects. I think I spoke about this already. So, especially when it comes to funding, government, if it is true government, government has its plans already. They have their policy plans already. And sometimes when they see other policies to be more important to this internet connectivity or internet infrastructure, they tend to divert some of this funding to other areas. Example that I would say is this COVID that we have, that government is looking for money everywhere. And I know that some funding from some of these areas were diverted into the COVID and all that. So it becomes difficult and to implement. And then one other trend that we are noticing is that now government is now moving towards taxation. That means I don't know whether they are now realizing the internet or technology is another area that is fetching more money. So they are trying to veer towards that direction and now beginning to tax some of the very things or some of the technological things that the government is saying we should use, or all citizens should use, or government taking to the rural communities is now taxing the same people. And we are seeing a retrogression from people using some of this platforms. So I think Henriette is here. We need to begin to start looking at this tax issue very well and see how we can help address this. Because in my country, for example, this is a trend now, and then the percentage at which government is putting on this technologies is so high that if we are not careful, we might go back to the days where the dark days where you see people not even using technology. So that's the trend that we are seeing. Thank you very much. So.
Wisdom, thank you so much. One particular thing that stood out for me, I've often thought about local content as, as being in languages which are relevant to local populations. I think it was really interesting to take that example of agriculture and think of it as weather forecasts and crop diseases that are relevant. It's not just entertainment or but it's real practical information that can help with local economies. So that was a really interesting example of where local and content is relevant and why that's important. I'm going to pass to our last speaker before we open the floor, and it's great to see there are already some questions in the chat. Jane Coffin is one of the many strengths of her bow is that she's a member of the IGF's policy network on meaningful access. It has a working group, a multi-stakeholder working group, and she's one of the members of that working group. And so that's another way in which we're tying in this issue is relevant to the IGF, not just because it's one of the issues of this meeting, but because it's been an issue being looked at by an IGF policy network throughout the year. So things are tying together. So Jane, let me pass over to you to introduce yourself, but also to talk to us about the role of regulators and policymakers. Thanks.
Thank you, Ben, and thank you everyone for being here today. It's a pleasure to see everyone here and in the room, I should say here on Zoom. The Policy Network for Meaningful Access has been looking at the important issues of universal connectivity and meaningful connectivity, and how a multi-stakeholder approach can come up with recommendations, suggestions, using some of the great case studies and information that's out there, and circulating that information more widely, but also problem solving together. That theme of collaboration, every person who has spoken, from John to Pepper to Wisdom to Tracy, has hit upon collaboration, the importance of new hybrid and enabling approaches. I call them hybrid because we've seen some of these approaches work in other sectors from the microfinance perspective, but we're looking at the challenge again from different lenses or eyes now, of making sure that connectivity isn't a secondary consideration. We're seeing so many funders say, well, of course there's connectivity, or they assume there's connectivity when they're looking at financing a project in some local areas. Philanthropy is only donating about 1% toward connectivity solutions. And as Pepper said, the private sector has been putting so much investment. And governments, of course, with their own human capital and their projects, where there's government financing, and the major banks. But if we're going to solve the connectivity problem and help lower the cost of connectivity with some new innovative solutions on the ground, we are going to have to work together in this new collaborative model from the multi-stakeholder perspective. And I think Wisdom, you and Tracy and others have said, it's that local sustainability angle where digital skills do need to be heightened and training has to be brought in. And Wisdom, you made a point about projects where people would come into a country and work on a project and then leave. I was in the field for 5 years working on projects, and I thought, wait a second, this isn't about another philosophy coming into a country trying to replace the philosophy in a country. It should be about local philosophy, how things work in a local environment, and finding ways for sustainability at that local level with knowledge and expertise that can be brought in, but it must be a local solution. I've seen that with community networks, as Pepper has noted, and with internet exchange points. I've had the pleasure of being in almost all of your countries and working on issues like this to help with connectivity. It does take also this the civil society and technical community approaches working together in that collaborative spirit. I'm going to highlight 3 or 4 different projects that I know of that have included a government approach with civil society, the technical community, and local capacity building that have led to better connectivity. And as some of the chat questions have alluded to, better price points for local people and users. And it's those local price points are usually because there's an innovative model for connectivity on the ground, or local content, as Ben had mentioned, local content generation that involves the local players. It's not just people coming in from other countries saying you should do this. It's been generated at that local level, therefore it's sustainable, but it's also a little bit more agile. There's more innovation going into the technology and the networks themselves, whether you're looking at a Wi-Fi mobile fixed network that has been put in by a community. We've seen that in Spain with Guifi. They've trenched fiber, they've put in mobile base stations, and they have Wi-Fi. And they're an APC member, so it's the Association for Progressive Communications, the group that Henriette comes from. The organization that I used to work for, the Internet Society, has done so much as well in the space, but working with local people, local government, local experts, and some international experts for those local solutions. Brazil just liberalized the 6 gigahertz band for unlicensed spectrum. Yay, Pepper, on spectrum. And Wisdom, you mentioned spectrum. It used to be a word that people were so terrified that the civil society and the technical community would use. But the fabulous thing about spectrum now is that people are looking more innovative approaches for deploying and allocating and assigning spectrum. That means smaller operators like the network in Rhizomatica's network in Mexico. The Mexican government put out a social purpose license. It was a brand new license. So they had facilities licensing, spectrum licensing and service. So they could operate in a cheaper, better, faster way with innovative use of spectrum, but at that local level. Local experts were trained in how to set up a network, run the networks, and some cheaper pricing was brought in. Peter Bloom and Eric Huerta are two key people working on those projects, along with APC and others at that local level. But the Brazilian 6 gigahertz liberalization was huge. The whole band was liberalized for unlicensed spectrum. So you can look at open source issues and open standards related projects so that more people can connect to networks. That was with the ISOC Brazilian chapter with APC and FCDO, the development arm of the British government, working with the Brazilian government of those local solutions and a local internet service provider association. So that was a huge victory recently. And kudos to Brazil for also bringing in the concept of for communities of 5,000 and under, where traditional operators don't get the return on investment, allowing these community or municipal-based networks to thrive and to be authorized. Not a heavy regulatory environment. I want to stress that because I've been a regulator. I was also in a ministry. So you really have to look at what works, whether you're forbearing on regulation in partnership with your other actors, or you're coming in with a super light touch. Super light touch has recently been implemented in Georgia, the Republic of Georgia, where the ministry, the regulator, the ISP association, Ucha Saturi, who's there with you in Katowice, who is a member of the MAG, was one of the key champions on the ground championing a community network, which has turned into multiple regions in Georgia, deploying community networks with everyone from the World Bank, USAID, the Czech Development Agency, the local ISP Association, Economic Development Agency in the region. And that was with $40,000 of ISOC startup funding at that time. So $40,000, very micro, if you're looking at broad billions that go into the submarine cables and the LEO systems, it can work. And that has just grown and grown. And Ucha can tell you more and more. He was just on a panel the other day. And if you look at his Facebook site, you will see all of the fabulous photos. Horses take up the towers. I've seen the photos myself, but this is real local connectivity being built with the help of the national government, the local authorities and international funders, but also civil society and the technical community. Kenya just changed their licensing regulations. That was a huge effort with APC, FCDO, some local support with from Michuki Mwangi, who's with the Internet Society there in Kenya. But change is taking place, and this isn't hard. It takes effort, of course, but there are good models out there now that we can follow. Papua New Guinea, John had mentioned USF, Universal Service. The USF funding in Papua New Guinea will go to the community network. I'm also advocating strongly for USF to be changed in many countries, not a wild radical change, but enough of a change so that it's financing the small startup internet exchange points, bottom up, and the community networks. And Papua New Guinea is leading the way. People might not know that. And again, that's a collaborative approach, right? With lots of different stakeholders. In the DRC, the third internet exchange point was launched about 2 months ago with Facebook's help, the ministry's help, the regulator, but the local experts, Nico Shinto on the ground there, and of course with Michuki and some others. That is real connectivity where there's extreme competition because internet exchange points in and of themselves are an open platform. No operator, whether the big operators or small, they all come together equally. So it's that equal open access that's been so critical, and bottom-up governance, where it's the community itself coming together. And by community, some people say, Jane, you're just talking about a big group hug. I'm like, no, we're talking about real business people coming together that run networks who problem solve together with the technical community. And there's constant learning, constant capacity development. This is critical. And there's investment coming in from big actors and small. So this is really, really important. It's a hybrid approach. I will stop and say that when Tracy was speaking about the Caribbean and the infrastructure problems there, and we all know that if you don't take a holistic approach to infrastructure development, you won't get the rollout of all of the networks together. And so this means government has to work across different sectors. So it's not just the Ministry of Communications or the Federal Communications Commission or the regulatory bodies. It has to be an all of government approach, because if you're looking at better education, you've got to have the education ministry or authorities working with the communications authorities for that rollout. So it really is about this public-private partnership that Pepper was talking about, but a new type, where the public is also the local and civil society and the technical community working together. And I think one of the key things that I've seen over time, the last 10, 15 years, we have to get the stories out there. We've done this in the ITU development sector in their study groups, where we brought in case studies from across different societal sectors and government to show other government actors that this is not a scary thing to do. Changing the way you finance, regulate, license, allocate spectrum, it all can be done, and it's being done. So I think really, Ben, one of the key things for us as a takeaway is that we can enable better connectivity at better prices if we're being a bit more innovative, agile, and looking at some things that exist and figuring out how to adapt it and adopt it in country. So it's not always a cookie cutter or the same way in every country. And I think that's one of the most important things. And I think I would close with, it's super important to listen to local people, to local government, to local actors, and to those that have seen the type of challenge before and that can come in and help. And again, it's help, but not a for, but a with. It has to be with the local communities and the local financiers. And I think we're going to see a shift soon in that meta financing. Oh, sorry, I don't mean meta Pepper in the sense of meta, the company, but I mean at the higher levels, when you're looking at strategic financing, you can come in at that local level with smaller amounts of money. I know it takes effort, but we have really smart humans working on the solution, and we've seen what small amounts can lead to for greater financing. So I'll stop there, Ben, and turn it back over to you and Henriette, but I just want to put a pitch in for this new hybrid model and ways of thinking, and don't let a complicated local solution be a block. There are ways to unblock this and unblock the bottlenecks per se.
Jane, thank you so much. There were so many exciting, specific examples you gave. It was almost hard to keep track, but it's a great example, as you said at the end, of getting stories out there to show that these kind of new approaches can make a significant change and are worth exploring and are not scary. So that was really interesting, and I appreciate the way that you tied in with what the other speakers have said as well. So I think we're starting to see some threads coming through from the tie-in what everybody's saying. We're now at the part of the meeting where we can open up for discussion. And I know there were a couple of questions in the chat. Henriette, I wonder whether you have any questions in the room or whether you'd like to look at some of those questions in the chat.
Thank you, Ben. Firstly, I want to ask people in the room to put their hands up. You might not all be aware that we're having challenges with accessing the IGF website and the links from here in Katowice. So people will be physically putting up their hands. So I've got one speaker in the room. And let me, Ben, if it's okay, if we can ask that speaker to ask their question, and then I'll pick up on a few in the chat. And everyone else remotely, use Zoom to put up your hand and we'll come to you. And those of you here with us, you can physically raise your hands if you can't do that on Zoom. So I have a person here across from me. Just please introduce yourself before you ask your question. Go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Naza Nicholas from Tanzania IGF, and I also lead the Internet Society Tanzania chapter. Nice to see you, Jane Coffin, talking about the work that you have been doing for many years. And I think the issue of tying the local content and the solutions, that work on the ground is very critical in terms of bridging the digital gaps. And I know sometimes on the ground, things may appear to be very difficult to, to be able to do. But I am driven by the idea that when people were saying that people were saying people will not go to the moon in the United States long years ago, people went to the moon. So I believe that although there are challenges, especially when you talk about the spectrum allocation that Wisdom was talking about, it is a big issue, which I think together with a lot of creativity and solutions that actually work, we can be able to connect everyone. So I believe that if we are able to get the importance of local content and the importance of having internet for everyone, that given what the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic has taught us, that internet is no longer a luxury that used to be in some of these nations, that we need to make internet be a public good, a sort of highway where everybody that has a car can be able to pass without actually paying too much toll fees to be able to access it. So I think if we are able to get our, our local content and be able to drive things from the local perspectives, we will be able to accomplish a lot in this area of, bridging the digital divide, so that internet really becomes the driver of not only the economy, but also of things like solutions for areas in the climate change and all that. So it is my my thing that if we are able to collaborate, if you are from whatever planet, if we are able to collaborate and help ourselves, solve the real problems on the ground and use the internet to be able to solve that, I think we'll be able to address a lot of these challenges. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, everyone. And Ben, we have two, maybe three people in the room who want to contribute, but there are also some comments in the chat and some questions. So I think I should read these, and then we can ask our speakers to respond. And then those of you that are here with us, we'll come back to you. And just everyone be brief so that we can give as many people as possible a chance. So earlier, there was a question from Ahmad in northern Nigeria, talking about the volatility in the access market, that there are multiple players, particularly I think in the virtual mobile market, and you never know how many, there still are, and if they are still around. So, how do we deal with that volatility and unreliability in the access market? Then there was a question from Pio Tiri in Myanmar, saying, he'd like to hear our opinions on how the international community can respond and or should respond to the problem of rising prices in internet packages, which used to be affordable, but now seem to be unaffordable because of policies from both the telecoms regulators as well as from individual service providers. And then there was another comment from Mark Cavell in the UK saying, often a problem is that different parts of government different ministries, particularly in the economic sectors like agriculture and health, do not coordinate by getting round the same table to strategize policy and funding for digital transformation for all regions of the country. And that reminds me of Wisdom's remark about how policies that are planning that takes place centrally is one thing, but if you have the center implement it, at the local level without local ownership and participation, it doesn't work. But this challenge of intergovernmental, intersectoral collaboration being insufficient is very important. And then I think that is it in terms of questions. And just there's some good examples being shared in the chat by Jane, who, as she said with her remark, she's sharing lots of good cases where we have seen solutions that actually work. And she's mentioning the examples of Georgia in particular, and saying we should all find Ucha Seturi. He's not in the room, but I can introduce you to him to share more about Georgia. So Ben, do you want to go back to the panel now, or would you like to take more questions from the room? I don't see any hands up in the Zoom room, but there are hands up in the physical room.
Henriette, yeah, I wonder if it makes sense if we've got a couple more people in the room, and then we do a round of kind of closing remarks from each of the speakers, which can respond to the questions that you've just read out and the ones we'll hear from now.
Okay, let's do that. So first we're going to go to, there's Judith over here, and then we had Roberto in the back. Am I right? Anyone else whose hands are up? That's it. And Lily, you're fine. So please, everyone, for the record, in our hybrid IGF, do introduce yourself, say who you are, where you're from when you ask your question. Judith, over to you.
It's Judith Helsing for the record. Thanks so much. It was a great panel. And I'd really much like, and also to talk about what Jane was talking about and others about the importance of revising your universal access policy and getting both the ministry and the regulator, as well as other civil society, to comment and to work on it. And then what is really important is connectivity issues. We need, as Nizar was saying, we need connectivity in the rural areas, and the past methods have not been working out. So you really need to figure out community network is one way, other spectrum flexibilities are another way. You need to work on all avenues to try to figure out how are we going to change the focus. IXPs are important because they keep the traffic local, and a lot of the main expenses are when traffic is not local. The same comments happen with what some of the commenters were saying with why prices are rising, and they say it's because of policies. It's not really policies are doing it. It's more in the sense of like operators are not following through on how we can work and bring connectivity, how we come up with creative solutions. And that's why the need for changing of policies to make sure that connectivity is the main focus, and to make sure that ISPs are looking, or other different ways of looking at how we can create local operators who are community based to build up from the bottom and take care of their communities. And so I think working with government to change policies is a really good action to take. And thanks so much to the Thoral to Papua New Guinea, who I've been advising, who've been working on our new universal access policy.
And thanks, Judith. And next, good. He's about to take the floor. Our next speaker from Katowice.
And now it is working. Thank you very much, Henriette, and thank you to everyone that came here today. I just wanted to share some reflections with this panel, and of course the people that are following this session. One good thing, yes, sorry, my name is Roberto Zambrana, I'm a second year MAC member, but also coming from our Bolivian NRI, our Bolivian IGF, which happened to be our fourth for IGF last November, the last week of November, and that's what I wanted to reflect on. I think it's fantastic for the last 3 years we took again the issue of universal access, which after the pandemic we all agree that it's very, very important and fundamental to solve. Not easy, of course, but the important thing is that the work that we do in our countries also to be reflected in the local policy in a way to go to the further in the global policy. In our case, for this time, we started a new format in our IGF in order to not only receive more active participation from the people and different stakeholders, but in our case, in one of the sessions related with the universal access, what we wanted to do this time was to prepare a document. So we prepared a draft previously to have our meeting, and we actually worked in a session called Policy Proposal Workshop. And the idea was to use the work on this session with all the participants based on a draft document in order to provide concrete recommendations for our local government and some other stakeholders. So I think that is one of the important ways to have outcomes regarding policy, because during the last 3 IGS, we usually have the same ideas, the same proposals, the same recommendations, but we don't have a strong voice, I think, in order for our governments to follow this kind of recommendation. That's why this time we are planning to prepare this in a public way and make this document available for the government, hopefully to have changes and adjustments in our policy. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much for that, Roberto. Ben, I think we're back to you now. And I have one more, there's one more hand in the room. So let's have one more speaker and then we'll be back to the virtual space.
Hi, everybody. It's Ekaterina Imitadze from Georgia. So I couldn't help myself not to express how empowering it is to hear about the good example from Georgia. Ucha Situri in another room, but present here. And we will give big thanks from Ms. Jane Coffin for the nice words. And I also wanted to express that I'm as a representing Georgia NRA, and there were very good words about the organization that Ucha is leading and doing on all the nice work he's doing. That we believe that participatory regulation is best thing to do nowadays. So to gather the stakeholder, to listen to small and medium operators who are the best ones to somehow direct the attention of policymakers and regulators. What are the best practical direction, where to move from the policy point of view and from the regulator point of view. So we are very much open also to hear about the best practices around the world, and this is the best venue for that. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's it.
Thanks very much, Katrina. And Ben, back to you.
Thank you, Henriette. And it's great to see the participation from people in the room and the growing numbers you have there. So at this stage, I'm going to go back to the 4 speakers and invite you to make some closing remarks, a couple of minutes of closing remarks based on what you've been hearing from others today. And we'll follow the same order that we spoke in earlier. So Pepper, if I could turn to you first.
Thanks, Ben. This has been a really good and great interactive discussion. And I'm glad that we have so many attendees, especially on site in the room. I think that we ended up focusing a little bit more on the strict connectivity side and didn't really address some of the issues that John raised at the beginning on the non-connectivity. But look, the connectivity, as we've been discussing, is essential. Without that, nothing else happens. but it's not enough by itself. And I think that some of the issues and the questions about affordability and the sustainability of local players is extremely important. That's why, I mentioned earlier the project in Peru, which includes local players. This is not about, consultants parachuting in and leaving. This is actually building local capacity in infrastructure with local operator. And in rural Peru, where nothing, and I mentioned where nothing existed before, there are now 4.7 million people that now have access to really robust mobile broadband that they never had before. And that was because of government making changes in policy, but also local participants and local investment and local operation in creating this new wholesale operator, in addition to global companies like Meta and Telefonica participating. On affordability, I put in the chat because of the really great question, what does affordability mean? The Alliance for Affordable Internet, A4AI, has created a benchmark that's been adopted by the ITU and essentially everybody, that at the moment it's at least 1 gigabyte of data per month for less than 2% of a household income. So it's adjusted for local income. And when you look at, and I'll put into the chat, we do a study every year with the Economist. It's called the Inclusive Internet Index. And in there, we actually looked at that benchmark for 120 countries that in the report released earlier this year. And what you can see is that the majority of countries in sub-Saharan Africa are way, way over their benchmark, as high as 15, 20, and higher percentages of monthly income for just the 1 gigabyte. And that's why programs such as we have something called Discover, which is a skinny internet, a text-based in between top-ups, because you need the full access to the internet. But programs like Discover over the last number of years have enabled over 300 million people to be connected and remain connected, but that's not enough. And that's why, and I love it when, we shifted and talked about, redefining the partnership. And I won't call it a public-private partnership. We need to come up with a better label, because it's a multi-stakeholder partnership, right? And so it's private sector, it's government, it's civil society, it's local communities, absolutely, because it has to be, at the end of the day, sustainable in the local communities for local business models, frankly, to support all the local activity. So I'll stop there. And by the way, Jane just put in the chat, working with the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, and and Nigel is here, I guess, online. And Nigel, we did something with the CTU last week with something called the U.S. Telecommunications Training Institute, looking at new technologies and deployments with Open RAN, for example, in the Caribbean. And these are the types of programs and projects that are locally based that are actually going to, continue to close the gap. Last thing, we cannot, though, ignore the points that John made at the very open, and that is there are all kinds of issues, including affordability, that are preventing total, genuine internet inclusion where everybody can get on and benefit from being online. And many of those are the human factor issues on adoption and use of the internet. So it goes beyond just networks, although that's the essential but not sufficient starting point.
Thank you very much, Pepper. Let me just hand straight on to Tracy now. Tracy, do you have any closing remarks from you, what you've learned from today?
Yeah, I just wanted to be brief, but to tack on to what Pepper was saying about focusing on connectivity only. And I think we try to bring into the idea of the meaningful access part of it, the meaningful connectivity, which is what A4AI has been doing. But I also wanted to add to that, not just the idea of what is meaningful in terms of type of quality of service and quality of access, but also the ability to use the internet itself. One of the big issues that we have in our part of the world is the issue of digital literacy and digital skills. And once we talk about connectivity and its purest form and infrastructure and so on, many times we forget that just plugging in the infrastructure and giving someone a device or providing access, even if it's relatively cheap, still doesn't give you what you need to get out of the connectivity or the access. And that's a big issue. In many parts of the world, I'm sorry to say, the internet equals social media, and that's never a good thing. If the internet only equals social media, then much of what the connectivity provides is not useful. We haven't gotten to the stage of productivity and entrepreneurship and what skills can you build on that? And in our part of the world, in small and developing states in particular, we would like to build services on top of the internet that we can sell to the world and earn foreign exchange, build income, new streams of income, new forms of revenue. And if we don't focus on those aspects and look at connectivity and access and inclusion from that standpoint, from a literacy standpoint, from a skill standpoint, and products that we build out don't have any of those elements in it, then we're just checking boxes and using figures. We are connected at this percent, or the figures are saying that they fall at this level. But what do you really mean by that? And I think that's one of the things that I did want to bring out, and I think that we need to focus on that as well, beyond the raw numbers and the raw figures. What meaningful really means. No pun intended. Thanks.
Thank you, Tracy. Wisdom, turning to you in the room, would you have any closing remarks for us?
Yes, of course I do. Thank you very much. And a lot have been said already. For my closing remark, I think we should begin to link the various internet activities to the various sectors of our economy. In that way, we will be solving a lot of problems in developing countries, specifically when it comes to youth. We are realizing that the youth unemployment has doubled. COVID coming into being, we have our youth unemployment ratios increasing. So we need to seriously look into that and begin to link all these things to the various sectors, especially agri sector. We have the health sector. You even have the extractive industry, where we are beginning to see a lot of land degradations and all that. So if we do this, I think we should be solving the sustainable development goals as well, where a farmer goes onto the internet and then all the contents that the farmer need is there. A farmer produces the produce, and then with the help of the internet, the farmer should be able to locate a buyer to come and buy his or her produce. I think this is what the developing countries are lacking, and this is what we need. We really need to help bridge the gap. Thank you.
Thank you, Wisdom. And let me just pass to our last speaker, Jane.
I'll be brief because so much great data has been given and a good wrap up. We know that connectivity equals better economic health and better socioeconomic development. And we know that connectivity relies on humans. The networks don't walk by themselves. So the human nets are driving the network nets. And if this is the case, as everyone here has said, and John mentioned in the beginning, we've got to invest in people and capacity building in order to develop more networks. Some of the networks are in abandoned markets, I would say, and we need to revitalize those markets with more innovative approaches at that local level. So it means enabling policies, new tech investment, with great partners, but bringing in that local philosophy and know-how and knowledge and increasing it. I will leave you with that and just say that it is the human nets that build the nets, no matter how you're building them. And we've got to bring up the local economic situations in our countries. And so that can be done with capacity building in a more holistic approach. Not just one government agency, as Mark had typed in the chat, but the government agencies do need to get together. Connectivity can't be an afterthought.
Thank you, Jane. That's really good wrapping up. And so we're right at the end now, with less than 5 minutes left. Lily Bocci, I don't know if she's in the room. She agreed at quite a late stage to step in and help with the rapporteur. But I know she might have been late arriving in the room. Lily, is there any kind of summary that you'd like to share from the room?
Yes. Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where in the world you've been listening. So very important points raised, and I'm going to do a summary quickly, just this a build up towards the report that would be coming up. So the conversation started with the move of the focus of the session on LDCs from past years, where it's been on cybersecurity and things happening, to now involve. You mentioned two main areas. You said universal access and meaningful connectivity, especially hinging on SDG 9 and a specific target for affordable access for LDCs by 2020. And the session essentially provided a nuanced outline for all stakeholders from different angles to contribute their thoughts to universal access. And the thing that stood out in the session would move from the issue of capacity building, where resources are not adequate and opportunity to solve them are not also adequate. So probably how to match both of them to ensure that the resources, that there's capacity to really tap into resources and to make them available and continue for community usage and whatnot. And I'm going to move on to talk about the things that stood out when it comes to new tech solutions, especially hinging on local initiatives, how projects are funded, and also partnerships that should exist, the diversifying of the partnerships, and also the move from just saying public-private partnerships to what we term as a multi-stakeholder partnership, which involves everybody, the local civil society, technical community, and the private and public sectors that exist. And then we also the dimension of the priority areas that sometimes government will probably leave the technology parts out with, and usually assuming a one size fits all for everything. And we mentioned here that doesn't really augur well for what you want to do when it comes to advancing technology in communities, and especially in LDCs. And there was a mention also of the transfer of skills, especially when people are brought in to work on projects, and creating an enabling environment so that there's the opportunity to continue beyond when projects are signed off and left, the ability to maintain them, and also to have this going on and on. And also the importance of making available local content, especially in languages, and to bridge data gap and develop and communication gaps with especially grassroots. Then I'm going to end with the point on focusing on a holistic approach to universal access, which involves accessibility, affordability, connectivity, and literacy, and looking at the structural barriers to all three of these. Essentially, the crux of the matter today, and the reports will be made available in due time.
Thank you so much, Lily. That's great. I have a lot of confidence in your reporting, and I look forward to reading the report. So, yeah, Henriette, let me just see if you have some closing remarks, and we're pretty much at time, but over to you, Nketowice.
I think we are out of time. I think it's been an excellent session. I think that we learned that we need to start with people, not with access. We need to look at local context in a holistic way, and our solutions need to respond to those local contexts. We need to look at access as an ecosystem that involves more than connectivity. It's about people, it's about local control and power and agency, and it's about content and sustainability. And I think our speakers have actually covered everything. We know we need to do policy and regulation collaboratively, and that we need to diversify the business models and the partnerships. So, Ben, I think perhaps the only thing that hasn't been said is that we really need data, and we need data that's not driven by large operators. I think the one thing I felt that was not said is that often our regulators are fearful of the large operators. They're fearful actually of diversifying their licensing frameworks, because they are geared to dealing with these large companies with lots of lawyers. And I think we heard about Spectrum, and Wisdom talked about that. I think what we need to recognize and build on the models of the Caribbean regulators, which I think are beginning to really do this. Regulators need to be supported, and they need to be encouraged to really gear their activity towards local needs and not towards the power of big, large, multinational mobile operators. That's it from me, Ben. Back to you.
Thank you, Henriette. Great. Well, we look forward to providing a written report of this session, and thank you everyone for taking part from Katowice and in the Zoom room here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for moderating, Ben.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Bruna, and
Hi.
welcome to those who are online. I am here in on site, and some of us are in the room. So yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Nena, and welcome everyone to this session. We're just gonna wait a few seconds for Shital, my co-coordinator, IGC co-coordinator. She's having some issues with her link, and apparently the website is down again. So while she joins us, this again is one of the sessions of the Internet Governance Caucus, which is a civil society group that has been along for a long time right now. And we have a short agenda for our event today. And the idea, and even the idea is to discuss some issues that have been really relevant for us in this past year, and hence the reason of the name as well, Internet Governance in Times of Crisis. But we do want to use this meeting as an opportunity for everyone to chime in and for everyone to join some parts of our agenda, which I'm also posting on the chat. But as I post it, yes, Shiva, Shital is not able to use her link because you logged in from the one she accidentally shared. So that's pretty much it. But I'm posting our agenda on the chat right now. Yes, I am, Nina. Just 1 second. Yeah, we're gonna start with some introductions and agenda or aims of the pre-event, which is what I'm doing right now. Our goal for today was to facilitate this conversation on two of the main topics we have all been engaged in the past years. The first one is the Global Digital Compact, and that, I guess, Nena, we're gonna count with some of your help on explaining and facilitating the talk as well. Our idea with the Global Digital Compact is to hear from all of you, what do you think about the compact idea? Do you think civil society should engage, and how should we be considering our engagement for this upcoming days? And one second point we wanted to discuss with you was also the debate about the engagement with the TAC Envoy office. So we just also here, we listed it as a process / consultation / engagement with the TAC Envoy office so far. And what does the organizations represented here today expect going forward? And let me see if we have anything. We do have something else. Just like we had a third moment just for us to go through some other topics if anyone would wish to. Some of the things we discussed were the possibility of debating connection. The other second topic was internet fragmentation, data protection, or human rights online. all very general and kind of high level, but like we really wanted this to be a space for everyone to be part of. So this third part of the session will be kind of free for everyone to present topics and ideas on whatever they wish they can. I'm just checking in with Chital if she managed to get in. I don't think so. But maybe what we can do is maybe start with a round of presentations to all of you on site and to some of us here online. I see Jim, I see Barry, I see Raymond, Ategeka, Veronica, and Siva, and Nena on the online room, but I cannot fully see who is on the on-site room, which I was also supposed to be at. But I guess we can start with some short presentation, just name and organization maybe. Does anyone want to start? Can I nominate you, Nena?
Hello, everyone. So I'm online and on site. My name is Nena. I come from the internet. I'm the Chief Web Advocate at the World Wide Web Foundation. And I'm also helping to coordinate the civil society engagement with the Tech and Voice Office and Digital Corporation as a whole. And I'm hoping that since I'm online and on site, if there is any, I have to play the connectivity link. Thank you very much.
Okay. Hello. My name is Courtney Raj. I am an independent scholar, journalist, and advocate. I work with the International Human Rights Organization, Article 19, as their U.S. and tech policy strategist, and the the Global Fund for Media Development as their tech advisor, and a bunch of different organizations really at the intersection of media, technology, and human rights. And so I'm also on the multi-stakeholder advisory group representing civil society. So excited to be here and discuss the issues today. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Judith Hellerstein. Happy to be here. I work with many different other civil society groups, among them the Accessibility Special Interest Group / Standing Group, which is a project of ISOC New York. And I'm also with the IGF Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility, as well as the member in the steering group of the IGF USA, along with Courtney. And I wear other hats where I help on ICT regulators and policies, working with policies on universal access and digital development.
Yes, my name is Wisdom Donko, a member of NCSG, NCUC, and then a GNSO Council member.
Good to see you, Wisdom, under your mask. Milton Mueller, I'm a professor at the Georgia Institute of Technology and director of the Internet Governance Project, which is at the School of Public Policy at Georgia Tech, and a longtime IGC member.
Great. Is that everyone that's on site? Can we go on with the online attendees? I don't know who wants to start. Siva, Raymond, Jim, or
so
even
I just have a small question. Is Sheetal here finally?
Yes, I'm here.
I was here. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm happy to go. It's so great to see you there in person. Those who have just introduced themselves. It does feel like a different era, like properly now, doing this hybrid. So nice to see you all. I'm Sheetal Kumar, and I am one of the co-conveners of the IGC, along with Bruna, who is also here. And I am, when I'm not wearing that hat, head of global engagement and advocacy at GPD. So I oversee all of our advocacy and work across the different areas, policy areas in which we engage. Don't want to do too much, take up too much time with my interest. I'm going to move on to Bruna, perhaps?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, just on a short introduction note, I'm Bruna Santos, yes, one of the other co-coordinators of IGC, and now German Chancellor Fellow with the Berlin Social Science Center, and yeah, just working on internet governance and also platform regulation issues. And yeah, longtime fan of IGC and IGF, so happy to see you all here and happy to see some friendly faces as well.
Bruna, do you want to do it so that we pass on? So if you want to pass on to somebody else.
Yes, of course. I guess we can go with Veronica.
Hi, Bruna. Hi, everyone. Hope you can hear me or see me. I was struggling a bit with headphones, so hope you can hear me now. My name is Veronica Ferrari. I am in Buenos Aires. I work with APC, the Association for Progressive Communications. I do global policy advocacy at APC, and APC has been engaging in a lot of the processes we'll be discussing about. And maybe some other colleagues are more engaged in those processes, but happy to be here and discussing with you all. Thanks, Bruno. Back to you.
Yes. Should we go with Raymond then?
Hi, Raymond Mamata here from Accra, Ghana. I'm here as a co-host for this session. I'm volunteering for the IGF for this particular session as a co-host. Aside that, I'm from Accra, Ghana, and I'm the founder and president of e-Governance and Internet Governance Foundation for Africa. It's a civil society that engages in internet governance and e-governance activity, among others. I'm also one of the African representatives to ICANN ALAC. I'm part of the NCSG, NCUC, and MPOC within ICANN as well. Thank you.
Yes. Is any of our other colleagues who are joining online meaning to present themselves? I still see some names here, but yeah, if you want to do this on the chat, we can also read your presentations. But I see Ategeka open her mic, so maybe yes.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Frank Ategeka, and I'm from Uganda, and I work for a youth-led organization focused on health, digital rights, and economic rights for vulnerable persons, and specifically refugees. I'm also a current Open Internet Fellow with the NDI and SIPE program. And I've been a Global Health Fellow 2018-2019 for the Global Health Co-Fellowship Program in Uganda. And I'm happy to be here. I'm putting more details about my organization in the chat. Thank you so much.
Okay, does anybody else who's online want to present or introduce themselves rather? Okay, so, well, I can see, maybe thanks, Ategeka, that's great. Or Frank, sorry. Hi, nice to meet you, Frank. Thanks for joining. And for introducing yourself. For those who have the video on, maybe if that's okay, I will just ask you to introduce yourself because I could see that you're actually there. And then I think that's just Nena. Nena, have you already introduced yourself?
I did severally, but I also like to express apologies on behalf of Anret Esterhuizen. She was here, but she has a calendar clash. So she said to please, Anret is the current MAG chair and also from civil society. She said to extend her apologies.
Thanks so much, Nena. And I think what we'll do is we'll get started. Bruna had shared the agenda. And so, Nana, you suggested that we have a doc that we can all access with the notes and the agenda. So we'll send that in the chat shortly. The aim of this event is really to bring us together as representatives of civil society organizations and to share information and to discuss a way forward. And what we thought would be useful is to identify some key processes that are relevant to what we're generally working on, to the UN, to the IGF, and to digital technologies, and to discuss those in particular detail, as there's so much we could discuss. So I shared on the IGC list the suggestion that we discuss the Global Digital Compact in particular. So that's what we have suggested, and we didn't receive any negative feedback to that suggestion. We only received positive feedback and a suggestion that we go into more detail as to the context of the roadmap and civil society engagement and the links with the Digital Compact and the IGF. So I hope that that is clear. But Bruna, did you want to add anything to that?
No, Chital, thank you so much, but nothing else to add. I'm just finalizing an open doc of our agenda just so everyone can follow it through, which I'm probably going to take live notes at as well, just so you know.
Okay, thanks so much. So in terms of housekeeping, before we get started on the substance of our discussion, I haven't facilitated a hybrid event before. So, and Bruna, I don't know whether you have. No, okay. So this is new. Please be patient with us. Okay, Nana, do you have any suggestions on how we take in input? Because normally there's a hand raise if you're virtual, but if you're in person there, how do you signify to, signal to us rather that you want to take the floor?
It is the same function. You will raise your hand just so everyone can be on the same page. There are people who are on site only. There are people who are online only. There is at least one person who is in both places. That person is called Nena. Our moderator is Sheetal. They are co-coordinators that we already know. They are not born today. So what's going to happen is that if anyone raises a hand here in the room, I'm going to signal that in the chat so our moderator sees that. And then when you raise your hand online, Sheetal will see that as well. Sheetal, if there is something you can see, please let me know in the chat because I've got my eyes on both ways, especially unless when I'm speaking, then I have to concentrate on the content of my speech. Thank you.
Okay, that's clear to me. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, do feel free to put them in the chat. But we will proceed then with the agenda. And the first thing is that we wanted to give a bit of background to the engagement of civil society in the process that is linked to the Global Digital Compact and how it fits in, which is actually something that you suggested, Nana. So I'm just going to briefly share what I know and can share, and then Bruna, please do, I'll come over to you if that's okay, and then open up in case I've missed anything. But just to make clear that as a network, as IGC and broader networks, civil society groups have inputted to what was the predecessor or the sort of the beginning of this whole process that led and that is linked to the Global Digital Compact, which is part of the Secretary General's Our Common Agenda. And that it started with the high-level panel on digital cooperation that was set up by the SG in, I believe it was 2018, to discuss the issue of digital cooperation and to make recommendations on how to improve it and on the role of the UN. It produced a report which had recommendations and specific areas thematic areas, and roundtables were set up to discuss those areas and to come up with outputs. A few of those roundtables were actively engaged in by civil society groups, including the Human Rights Roundtable, where Access Now was a co-champion, and the Trust and Security Roundtable, where I believe the Web Foundation also played a really key role, and also a roundtable on digital inclusion, amongst others. Now, the roundtables some of them have been quite active, some of them have been less active, some of them have come up with outputs, some of them haven't. But now the next stage is, as the SG has launched the common agenda, the next stage is really to incorporate, I suppose, the work that has already been done into the common agenda. And one of the aspects of the common agenda, which is relevant, is the development of a global digital compact, which includes 7 different key priority areas or principles that will have to be fleshed out over the next year. Exactly how, we don't know, but that will come on to that. Just to say that as part of the work done on the high-level panel, a tech envoy's office was set up. The tech envoy position itself hasn't been filled, but I understand that it is very soon. We should expect an announcement about that. The original mandate holder was dismissed because of sexual harassment allegations against him. But we are expecting a new one to be filled, and the tech envoy will play a key role in their office in the global digital compact development, the consultation process, etc. So engaging with that will be key. Now, let me stop there in case I've missed anything in terms of providing the context to the global digital compact, which is what we were hoping to be able to discuss here today, or we've suggested that we discuss. Bruna, Nana, I know you've been actively involved. Anyone else, would you like to come in and add to that context?
Well, just that, like, this point in our agenda made sense considering all of the engagement civil society has dispensed this past year around the tech envoy and the high-level multi-stakeholder body as well. Like, some of our organizations and groups have been, as you said, Chital, following that very closely. So it just makes sense for us to be debating this right now. And I see APC and a lot of us are also very active on the debate. So yeah, just looking forward to the chat about this.
Thanks. Yeah, I agree. I think it's a continuation of a discussion that we've been having since the high-level panel was launched. And I put in a link to a letter that a number of us sent, including the IGC, to the office of the tech envoy about the consultations that were held, specifically on one aspect of the roadmap and on the development or the strengthening of the IGF. But this is just one way that we've engaged. As I said, we've engaged as constituents in the roundtables. We've sent other letters as well. And so it seems that this discussion on the Global Digital Compact and its development is particularly well suited for this space here at the pre-event for the IGF. Does anybody want to add anything to this context setting before we move into the discussion? Milton
has a hand up, please. I could add context, but Milton first.
Yes, I just have a question. What is the purpose or the objective of the Global Digital Compact? Because you've talked about it, all these processes. I just want to know what were they trying to accomplish?
I think that's a really good question. And I think if you asked other people, you might get a different answer. But Nana, you feel free to jump in, and I also have my own understanding I can share. But Nana, go ahead.
That's a very important question. And I think that's why we need context. So there was the high-level panel on digital cooperation, which was multi-stakeholder. It had private sector, it had civil society, it had everyone, that held consultations over 1 year. the secretary was Jovan, that we know of Diplo, produced a report called The Age of Interdependence, of digital interdependence, making key proposals to the UN Secretary General. On the basis of that report, the UN Secretary General set up working groups that led to what we now know as the Roadmap for Digital Cooperation. The Roadmap for Digital Cooperation has 8 pillars. One of the pillars being a revitalized, a better functioning Internet Governance Forum. So IGF is one of the 8 pillars of the Digital Cooperation Roadmap. There are other 7. We would not worry ourselves with those. Under the IGF pillar, there are proposals from working group about how to make the IGF better. There is something called the IGF Plus. There are quite a number of proposals. And one of the proposals of giving to the UN Secretary General was have a multi-stakeholder high-level panel of eminent persons to support the work that the IGF is doing in driving policy. Now, that's one explanation. On the 75th anniversary of the UN, which was the UNGA, the UN 75, last year, the General Assembly requested of the UN Secretary General a plan for development rebuilding the development world after the pandemic. And they requested that this plan be made ready and submitted by UNGA 76, which was September this year. The UN Secretary General engaged another series of consultations across the UN ecosystem. And that included, of course, the digital cooperation work that is already ongoing. And so on 21st of September, on the opening of UNGA 76 this year, the Secretary General submitted the report called Our Common Agenda. Our Common Agenda is an action plan in 10 points, of which reinforcing digital cooperation is one of those. So one of the key action recommendations of that pillar is having the global community adopt a global digital compact. Let me pause and take that again. The Global Digital Compact is a global drive under the digital cooperation plan of the Common Agenda. I'll still take that again. The Common Agenda is a plan for rebuilding after the pandemic. It has 10 pillars. Pillar 7 is on digital cooperation. And the main point in that is a global digital compact. Now, if you permit me, the Global Digital Compact has about 7 subsets. In other words, these are 7 priority actions for rebuilding and improving digital cooperation post-pandemic. It includes connecting all people. So the question is, what are the priority things we need to do to connect all people to the internet, including all schools? What do we have to do to avoid internet fragmentation? That's number 2. How do we protect data? What is the agreement that we need within a global digital compact framework to avoid, to protect data? How do we introduce accountability criteria to discrimination and misleading content? How do we promote regulation of artificial intelligence? And how do we treat digital commons as a global public good? These 7 sub-actions are what the UN Secretary General has put forward under the plan now that we call our common agenda. I will close in saying that this common agenda, and as for this case, the Global Digital Compact, is expected to begin a process that will give us the full digital compact by September 2023. So it's in process already. We know what we are aiming at. The question now is, what do we want to put into this? And what do we want the Global UN General Assembly by September 2023 to agree on? That is the Global Digital Compact. I hope I've made some sense, but I'm happy to share more. Let me stop so far.
Thanks, Bruna. That was really helpful. And I put a link in the chat to share the resolution that was passed following a discussion by member states about the common agenda. It doesn't actually mention the Global Digital Compact in specifically in any detail, or it doesn't actually mention it, but it does acknowledge the common agenda. And as is discussed already, the Tech Envoy's office is going to play a key role in coordinating inputs under those 7 areas that Nana just mentioned, in order to inform what will be the development of something more detailed around each of those areas. So Milton, does that answer your question? Do you have any follow-up or any reactions?
Well, those are very ambitious goals. Building networks everywhere for every school in the world is probably not something that the United Nations has the capital or the construction ability to do. I'm still a bit foggy on how this relates to the IGF specifically. So I think maybe Nana, and by the way, thank you, Nana, the very clear, comprehensive explanation of what's been going on. Could you explain what the role of the IGF envisioned in this compact is?
There are quite a number of people in the room, and now I'm getting concerned being the only one speaking for a long time. The IGF, if you take a step back, we are 16 years into this global multi-stakeholder policy discussion and dialogue space. That is actually what the IGF is. We agreed that we are not taking decisions during the IGF. We agreed that decisions, agreements here are not constraining for those of us who've been around. So every year at the global level, we meet either online or offline or remotely to have discussions on some of these issues listed here. We also have IG forums at national and sub-regional levels. And so when Milton is asking, what is the link between the Global Digital Compact and the IGF as an ecosystem, I would say that it's not the forum that is linked to the Global Compact, but the discussions we have here, the organizations that engage here. The Web Foundation engages here. The Web Foundation works in connectivity. Everyone knows that, the Alliance for Affordable Internet. The Web Foundation is working in the digital corporation, the global connectivity pillar. The Web Foundation is collaborating with the Office of the Tech Envoy. The Web Foundation has launched something like the Contract for the Web, which we believe can feed into this process of a global compact. And so the link is that the issues that bring us to IGF are the same issue. Some of them are the desires of the Global Digital Compact. And if you ask me, as the chief web advocate of the World Wide Web Foundation, I would say after the Tunis agenda, this is the Global Digital Compact is the next breakthrough global agreement that we can work towards I'm not saying we are going to achieve what it is we want to put in there, but I think it's groundbreaking in the sense that it is the one digital compact. That means there's a sense of agreement that is coming into this. And I do believe that all our 16 years of discussion and dialogue and engagement and exchange in this kind of forum, whether at the global, regional, or national level, can fit into this. And that explains why, in my role at the Web Foundation, we are hoping to go beyond the normal discussion, online collaboration, and IGF engagement. We would like to go beyond the people who are connected to the people who are unconnected and ask them, what is their take on a global digital compact? What are the issues that matter under connectivity, under fragmentation, under data protection? And so our calling as the Web Foundation is to ensure that voices that have not been heard before, voices that, as we know, may not be able to connect online. Today, the IGF website is not happening as it's expected. And some voices are already disenfranchised, but there have been voices who have not been able to make it to global IGF. We would like to have face-to-face, in-country, thematic, marginalized group kind of consultations to fit into this. And I think that the IGF model in itself as a process provides great example for engaging people, for making voices heard. And Milton, you and myself, we've been here for 20 years. We don't want us to continue multilateralism at the expense of multi-stakeholderism. And that is the role that this particular session should play, that we keep pushing the UN to go beyond states only to true multi-stakeholderism. And I think that is why we are here. So if you want to ask me in anticipation, should we engage? The question is, it's either we engage or we are phased out of the process. So it's a do or die matter for us. Thank you.
Thanks, Nana. I think you've made definitely a convincing case for engaging. And it's clear that Web Foundation will be engaging and trying to shape the Global Digital Compact. Before we discuss how we might engage and what we should be saying, I wanted to check in and make sure that nobody has any questions. But also, after everything that you said, it's really important that before we start discussing the detail, that we agree that it's an important discussion for us as civil society groups or constituencies to be involved in. If you disagree, because there are so many other things we could be working on, there's so many other forums, there's so many other spaces, but Nana's just explained the relevance for us, and for the Web Foundation in particular, and for the IGF, how we can utilize the IGF. So let me just give us a bit of breathing space in case anybody wants to come in, perhaps to register any discontent with the proposal that we discussed, the Global Digital Compact, and how we engage. Going to take silence as a no, by the way. That there isn't any, and there is agreement. I'm going to take silence as there agreement.
I think there's a hand up from Siva Subramanian.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, Sheetal, this is Siva Subramanian here, and I want to register my agreement. I want to express my content with the initiatives taken by the Secretary General, be it the initiative to form a high-level panel or to form a core group, or this initiative to form a digital compact. It makes IGF useful, and it synthesizes and moves the IGF deliberation to a phase of action. And I think it is something wonderful that is happening to the IGF. Thank you.
Thanks so much for that input, Shiva. Does anybody else want to come in? either from Katowice or online. Bruna, did you want to add anything?
There's a hand here.
Oh, thanks,
Yeah.
Nina.
Hi, this is Courtney Raj. I guess I would ask that, so I think it is important to engage in this process, but to the point about multilateralism, since so much policy is made at the national level that has broader implications on internet governance, how can this process be used to entice or compel national governments and kind of alternative regional efforts to engage meaningfully in this process? And I raise that because as the Internet Governance Forum is going on, you have the Danish, having their own Freedom Online thing. You have the Freedom Online Coalition doing their thing. You have the U.S. government doing their new, Summit for Democracy. So you've got and they're going to create this new alliance for the internet. So you have all of these other initiatives, and it seems like everyone wants to own the process of the next stage of internet governance, which makes it very difficult for civil society to engage effectively because we are under-resourced. We can't be everywhere at once. So how do we envision trying to funnel some of these efforts into the Digital Cooperation Pact? How can we use this effectively? Thank you.
Any reactions? I see, Frank, you have your hand up. So I'll come to you. And then if anybody has any reactions to Courtney's question, please do come in, either take the floor or use the chat. Frank?
Okay.
If I may.
Thank you so much. I hope I pronounce your name. Is it Nena or Nema? I don't know. But thank you so much. You really highlighted on the issue of the Global Digital Compact. But I think the biggest challenge, like you've noted, is the linkage between the people that know about the global. Specifically, I will talk about civil society organizations here that are doing digital rights. They are not informed about what the Global Digital Compact is all about. They even don't know the content of the compact, but also, and yet these are the organizations that are actually linking the IGF to the most vulnerable people. So, for example, for us, we work with refugees on issues of digital rights, online violence, digital rights. But the biggest challenge is how do we bring the civil society together in Uganda to ensure that they are aware of the Global Digital Compact and how the country can be able to consolidate this. Specifically, we have digital rights. We do not have specific laws and policies on digital rights in Uganda, but we have laws that are applied across. For example, we have the Computer Misuse Act, a law that is applied for anyone in terms of digital rights violations, online violence, but we do not have specific laws. And I feel maybe you could be able to guide on how best can we, as civil society organizations in Uganda, ensure that the Global Digital Compact is actually domesticated within our own laws, within our own context. And we as the civil society organizations, now that I've got an opportunity to be part of the IGF 2021, how do I ensure that this information directly links to those that are most vulnerable, the refugees that we represent? Now that you mentioned that we need to bring the voices of those that are not connected into the discussion. Maybe one last thing I want to mention is that there are quite a number of organizations that are doing digital rights advocacy in Uganda, but the challenge is those that are directly connected to those that are not connected, the most vulnerable, those in the rural communities, the poor women, the refugees, do not have access to these opportunities, to these advocacy opportunities. They do not have streams to access funding, yet these organizations can play a very critical role in advancing these discussions to the refugees, to the people in the rural communities, those that are really not connected. So if we could have the issues around the funding for these small organizations that are directly in contact with those that are most vulnerable, organizations that are working with LGBTI groups, how do we engage and how do we ensure that the discussions within the Global Digital Compact are domesticated within our own laws? Thank you.
Thanks so much, Frank, for that. And just wanted to make a suggestion, having listened to your questions and points, Courtney and Frank, about how we move on. But before we do that, does anybody else want to react to the suggestion that we focus our discussion on the Global Digital Compact? Or do you want to disagree with that suggestion that we engage? I don't see any hands or any reactions. Okay.
Sheetal, I have my hand up.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought that was an old hand. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll put my hand up too also.
Is that Peter? No, that's somebody else. Okay. All right. Well, I don't know who that was, I'm afraid, but who just spoke? Milton. Okay.
Sorry. Sheetal, I'm sorry.
Okay. And just request to keep it quick so that we can get everyone else in. Thanks.
Okay. I just want to quickly respond to Courtney's expression that civil society faces limitation when too many things happen at different places. And so what we could do as a civil society is to turn the opportunity of the Secretary General's initiative to bridge some of the gaps in civil society by asking the Secretary General to give due representation to civil society leaders in the core groups that he is initiating. And second, by asking the core groups or these initiatives to emphasize multi-stakeholder process in all their representations or in all their efforts to bridge the IGF with governments. In their effort, they have to emphasize multi-stakeholder process. These points we can emphasize as a civil society group in a communication to the Secretary General. That would be more positive rather than sections of civil society summarily opposing these initiatives. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And just as a point of clarity, there aren't any groups set up. The pillars that Nana spoke about, the 7, it's really the beginning of the process, and they are literally just headings in the Common Agenda paper. What I understand from having spoken to the Tech Envoy's office, who will play a role in consulting with the international community on what detail could go under each of those headings, what kind of recommendations, what kind of principles should underlie them on connection, protecting data, applying human rights, etc., is that is open for discussion, how that consultation takes place. So there aren't any groups set up, just to clarify. But if I'm wrong, do come in. Milton, and then Peter. Milton?
Yeah, so I really think that my problem with the Digital Compact is that the agenda was set for us by a bunch of famous people, of course, with so-called high-level people. And of course, there was some engagement with the multi-stakeholder community, but fundamentally, that's the agenda of those people and not necessarily ours. Just to take one example that might tick people off here, I don't agree that the regulation of AI is a high priority. I think that people who talk about the regulation of AI typically don't know what they're talking about and don't know what they want to do. Whatever we want to do about AI's penetration of society, regulation by governments is probably not it. But that's just one example of various ways in which, it's nice that many important people in the world got together and agreed on an agenda. But I think the great thing about the IGF is that the civil society people in it, can set their own agenda and their own priorities and work on them independently. So I don't feel particularly required to fall in line behind the Secretary General's agenda. And in particular, I still don't see any reason to support this leadership panel that has sort of been called into question. Again, it's probably going to happen anyway, but I don't feel particularly great about it. I think that it's another example of how it will become easier and easier for a small group of people to develop an agenda that we're expected to fall in line behind, but we haven't really generated organically and support on our own. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Milton. Peter?
Thanks. Yeah, I do try to support a number of the Secretary General's initiatives, and we have since the digital cooperation work started, namely by being co-champions of one of the roundtables that was taking forth, the human rights recommendations in that roadmap, along with many of the folks on this call. We've also engaged a lot with the Tech Envoy's office, and so what I'm worried about is them kind of continually, it seems like almost every year, creating these new initiatives that get spun off and then gradually peter out. It goes from like the development stage to the deprecation stage very quickly. The Tech Envoy's office, being one example. So I'm not against engaging with this, and I think it looks decent from the overview, but I would really press them to say, like, well, you've already created these structures around the roadmap, taking that forward. How are those building into this common agenda, and why don't you, provide those with the necessary resources? Because frankly, those have fallen on, whoever wants to pick it up and run with it, because the UN has really seemingly moved on from these priorities. So, yeah, I would, and then one of that, we should be engaged from the start in the development of these things. That's not always the case. So yeah, I'm not against engaging, but I would really press them to open up access and to show us, to prove how this is going to build and not simply just distract from the previous initiatives.
Thanks, Peter. So I haven't heard anyone completely disagree or suggest that we focus on something else entirely, but a number of concerns and questions around it. And so hopefully I'm not misrepresenting what you said, Milton, because I do register a sense of, is this really something that we should be engaging with? I would ask us to put aside the leadership panel discussion here for the next 30 or so minutes that we have, and focus on this aspect of what the SG has suggested or put on the table, which is the Global Digital Compact. Because we could talk also about the leadership panel, but the agenda that we have here is about the Global Digital Compact, and it's separate. So what I would say is that everyone who has spoken and those who haven't spoken, presumably don't have strong views or don't want to register any discontent with civil society or us engaging in some way with the Global Digital Compact. But I do think there were a number of questions around how we make sure that other processes, including national level initiatives, like whether it's a Danish taxonomy or many, many others, are linked in, how we ensure that it's not just something that will peter out, like you said, Peter, and that is actually something worth engaging in. And there were some recommendations in providing existing spaces with proper resources, how we engage with vulnerable communities. All of these, I think, are areas where the Tech Envoy's office will be looking for recommendations on how they do that. And I think we have a lot to offer there. So if we agree in general that engaging in this is something that we should do, even if the setting of the agenda came from the SG after the process that we've just heard about from the high-level panel until today, then I think what we could do is put forward some suggestions on how the consultation happens, how engagement with different communities happens, how we make sure that the duplication or all the existing initiatives that exist are taken into account properly, how we make sure that it's actually effective and doesn't just become something else that could be a waste of time, like I think you were suggesting it might be. And we suggest ways that it could be done properly, the consultation. And then under the 7 pillars, we could suggest what needs to be considered. So when connecting all people to the internet, what needs to be considered, when protecting data, etc. And in order to link in with the how and making sure that we, to Courtney's point, that we don't duplicate or that we don't stretch resources too much, we actually map the existing forums and spaces and actors, or we at least list those that we know are relevant and we think that should be consulted and be part of the consultation under each of the areas. So if you're looking at the doc that Bruna shared, I've suggested that those are the 2 kind of main areas that we look at: the how, the consultation, how it should be done, and the what. So under each of the 7 areas, we consider what should be priorities and perhaps include existing forums. Nana, you have your hand up, so I'm just going to come to you now.
I do. So because I've followed the digital cooperation itself for the past, from the day 0, if there's anything like that, I was anticipating that as civil society, we can organize ourselves, not just from civil society. It's a good thing Frank is there. We've got people from IGF, we've got people from Global Digital Rights, we've got other people in the data and open data. I think we also have some people working on privacy, other people working on access and connectivity, others working on fragmentation, and more even working on AI. So one of the how is that we could have organizations who have capacity or have resources, either person or financial. I happen to be one of those who've been lucky that I have 30% of my work plan for 2022 dedicated to UN and digital cooperation. And that explains why I'm here and putting some energy. But I'm cognizant of the fact that not all of our organizations can put apart 30% of a director's time to do boring UN stuff, because I don't know anything exciting that comes out of the UN. You sleep, you wake up, it's the same thing, right? Sorry, captors, that's the truth anyhow. So the thing is, who else is willing, may have interest, resources, or capacity to engage? That's one thing. So we need 1 or 2 other organizations. Like I have said, Web Foundation has this in 2022 plan. But please note that the digital compact will only be launched in 2 years' time. So it's a long haul in policy engagement. I have reserved a room on Thursday at 11 o'clock, is room 11. If you're around, I'm happy to meet up here while we're here on Thursday at 11 o'clock in room 11. But if you are not, my name, my surname is my email address, nenna@webfoundation.org. It's also my Twitter handle. I'm happy to link up and know who can do what. I do not promise that the Web Foundation can lead in everything, because it is only me. I don't have an assistant working on this, and it's only 30% of my time. And that 30% is all of UN, not just Digital Compact alone. And I think that the IGF ecosystem is one good place where we can find organizations who may be willing to engage in this. So that is what the who. So the who, I can engage Web Foundation because that is work that I've already planned. Now the how, I think that, like you said, we can map existing convenings initiatives, but still we need to move away from the normal, the regular folks, the people who've been here, and we need to move into new areas who have not been engaged, who have not been contacted, who have been kind of either marginalized or disenfranchised. And that is where my heart is at the moment. I'm still consulting. If you're an organization, you'd want to co-host a consultation, please, I'm happy to work with you. The last thing, and I will shut up, is that we need to send a strong message to the Office of the UN Tech Envoy, whether it's a principal, whether it's an officer in charge, I don't care. Even if it goes away from the Office of the Tech Envoy, I still don't care. But what I care about is that global voices, civil society voices need to be heard, recorded, considered in this, and that multilateralism will not be the case, but multi-stakeholderism will be. It has not been the life of the UN to always consider civil society at the same level with states. And that is why the IGF, it's a groundbreaking initiative. And I think someone said it only takes one crisis for all the gains as activists we have made in broadening the civil space to be lost. It only takes one single crisis for us to lose it. And this pandemic may actually be the crisis that will close up the UN from where it has been opening up. And that is why this common agenda, which is the development relaunch plan of the UN, needs more civil society engagement. Even if you are not an IGF-oriented civil society, please, if you know other people, either those who are engaging in the UN Democracy Summit, or those who are in Freedom Online Coalition, or those who are in the AI arena, please let them know that this is an unprecedented opportunity for us to put digital issues and get people to engage with them and agree to them. It's a compact. It's the first time that the word digital and compact are coming together in the UN since Tunis 2005. That's 16 years ago. Let's be aware that this, once again, is a groundbreaking moment. It's going to take 2 years, but if we're still here, we can play our parts, and those who come after us will take it up. I'm done.
Thanks, Nana. Bruna, over to you.
Thanks, Chital. And just to follow up on some of the things Nana said about engagement and everything else, I do think that some of our engagement, like not just some, but a huge part of our previous engagement with the Tech Envoy Office and the UN, and a lot of the things we did in this past year and a year and a half on this topic were always about like inquiring for more clearer results and for more consultation to us. And that was like, not just to us, but for more like open consultation, multi-stakeholder consultations about any possible and future outcomes of the developments of the digital cooperation discussions and so on. And this was one that didn't really fall within whatever we asked. So maybe there's also like, I don't know, I agree with Nina. Maybe we need to go off of the usual suspects, kind of like beaten path of people we have been engaging with and talking to in the past days. But maybe there's also the time for a second and a newer statement from civil society on this, just re-emphasizing some of the things we asked for in the past years, and then saying that if we really want to move forward and if it's really about pandemic recovery, then it has to be something that's inclusive and not just like a unilateral initiative or like more developed by the UN than anyone else, because in the end of the day, we're all in this together. So yeah, just wanted to bring these things about the engagement and transparency that we spoke so much about in the past year.
Great, thanks, Bruna. I wonder if that, I suggested a kind of structure, way of thinking around how we could potentially provide some input if we do want to work on this. And that would be, as I put in the chat, two kind of main ways of inputting, one on the how. So essentially telling I mean, whether they listen to it or not, but they have asked for this, by the way. I'm telling the Tech Envoy's office to do its consultation in this way. Already we heard they need to consider existing forums and spaces, including national initiatives, engaging new, vulnerable rural communities, and give some ways of how to do that. And we already also heard that we need to bring in or consult or build on the existing roundtable. So we can put that all under how, and that could be a statement. That could be shaped into a statement on the digital compact. And then the second would be more substantive. So what, and I think, Nana, you were asking for input on like capacity and who can actually help shape those different substantive inputs under the 7 pillars. So what should we be saying on applying human rights online? And where is that discussion already happening? Human Rights Council, for example. What should we be saying under meaningful access? Where is that discussion already happening, etc.? And provide that, or start to work on something like that. So that would be that could be something we do. If there's anyone interested, well, first of all, I guess it's more important for me to see whether that's an idea that people find interesting or useful. I only see Bruna nodding, and I know there are other people around, but you might be shaking your head. You might be wondering what am I even saying? But anyway, what do people think about that approach? Or does anyone have any other suggestions on how we engage with the Global Digital Compact?
If I may, Shital, there is not any clear document so far up until yesterday evening that said that Global Digital Compact is clearly in the mandate of the UN Tech Envoy. Just so you know, we hope it will be, but it's not clear. So if we are making a statement, I think that our statement might be on the, first of all, our desire to engage as civil society, secondly, on how we want to engage, and maybe thirdly, on how we want to keep engaged. But I don't think that if we are writing a letter, that it should be, the destination is not the UN Tech Envoy's office. The destination is the office, the executive office of the UN Secretary General. Because anyhow, whoever will handle that piece of work will be reporting to the SG's office. So just so we know, we are not targeting the Tech Envoy's office, we're targeting the office of the executive office of the UN Secretary General, because he's the one ultimately who will do the report on during UNGA, even if we walk through the Tech Envoy or not. So it's important we write the Guterres and copy Spatalisano, if you understand what I mean. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Noted. But I think the general question was also just to make sure that everyone here, or a significant number of us here, are interested in that. I think in terms of the time frame, Bruna, you asked a question about waiting until the Tech Envoy is appointed. I think from what I've heard, and this is rumors, but from what I've heard, it is going to be quite soon. So we could do, sometime the next few weeks, or at least around January. So we could be prepared to send something and start working on that, the how, the statement, in the next few weeks, so that we're ready to send it. Perhaps that is one of the options, considering what we know. Anyone else?
There's a hand up here.
Yes, Courtney.
Thanks. Just a quick suggestion is to request a meeting with the Tech Envoy as part of their onboarding process, or at least once they're onboarded into the process, to have a meeting with civil society in addition to just sending a letter.
That's a great suggestion. We note that.
May I once again?
Go ahead.
Sorry, okay. I think I should start keeping quiet now. I'm on the main session on digital cooperation, which is happening after tomorrow. I think there is an open session on digital cooperation as well. And so let's use all of the available opportunities. So while we're here, I think Milton, you're on that panel still? Okay, so what are the key messages? I think we have about 20 minutes remaining. what are the key messages we should take from the civil society to that panel, so that we have it on record, that we had a meeting today, and then on Thursday, we'll put it down on record, so that when I speak there, someone will not be like, oh, is that woman, she's speaking for herself. I will know that I am bearing voices of the people that met today, because the officer in charge will be there. And we would have it, it's a main session, we would like to have it on record that we're asking for ABC towards XYZ, right? So that when finally she also will be covered, then when we ask for a meeting, we'll be like, yeah, we are following up from what we told you, that we had the meeting and we're looking forward. Let me stop there.
Thanks. And anyone else want to come in?
Yeah, I just
I do.
Peter, and then Milton. Okay, Peter, go ahead.
I mean, we wrote a letter a year ago trying to warn them that the process for nominating an envoy needed to be more transparent, and they ignored us. I wanted us to re-up that letter now. So no, I don't feel comfortable just writing to the new tech envoy asking for a meeting. Like, I want us to be on record right now saying you failed last time and it blew back in your face, and you need to bring us in this time. I agree. I mean, it makes so much more sense now that if the Secretary General wanted some treaty-like process, he would have had, put Fabrizio in charge of shepherding it. So I do think they envision the tech envoy having a big role in this compact, but from what we've seen, that office is not funded well, and it's obviously is in some disarray. So I don't see them having the legitimacy right now to lead this like treaty-like process. I think, yeah, next few weeks, I don't want to put anything new on our docket, but I don't know the time frame for this, so if that's necessary, that's fine. I'm just saying, I think if we should write to the Secretary General, make it public, and say, make these points about the tech envoy process, not giving us much confidence in the Secretary General's commitment to multi-stakeholder internet governance, and using that as kind of the launch point to demand a bigger role in any of this compact business.
Great, thanks, Peter. I think that was clear. If anybody has any reactions to that or wants to speak, please do put up your hand. But Milton, next.
Well, when you talk about demanding a bigger role, I would like that to be more specific. Particularly if I'm not sure I'm comfortable with the idea that I have to go into a panel that I was invited to as a bound to some collective position developed by the IGC. I don't think I was invited to be on that panel because I speak for civil society. I think it's because I have some expertise in global governance, particularly as it regards information and communication technologies. And there's a very, very broad set of topics on that panel. So the idea that I have to adhere to some party line doesn't appeal to me. Okay, so I will say whatever the hell I want on that panel. Let me just put it that way. That's nice, simple. But if we do actually agree on some main points that we want to make, I'll be happy to echo those points and reinforce them. So let's put it that way. And in regards to what Peter said, if I do agree that the tech envoy role is problematic. But if we want to demand a bigger role in something, I want to know what that role is. I mean, could we be more specific about that?
Yeah, I see two things. One is, well, first of all, Milton, please do say whatever you want, of course. I don't know whether Nana meant anything different, but I certainly didn't understand anything different from that. But if we are, there are two things. I think there is that session on Thursday where if we are able to come up with 2 or 3 points, particularly on the need for transparency and more participative process, and the Tech Envoy's office being more transparent and some key asks, then if we can put that together before Thursday, then, and if you could echo that and others there could echo that, that could be very useful for getting this message across if we all agree. And then second, it's a broader role, broader discussion. What roles should we play? That I think we need to continue to discuss. But there's a shorter term time frame to the Thursday meeting, and then there's a longer term one. If we can come up with something short and snappy, some really top level points that we can agree on, which Peter has suggested something around for Thursday, then we can coordinate that online via the list, and hopefully that will be helpful for those participating. Let me just have a look. Laura, you said you had just joined. Well, welcome.
Yes.
Hopefully everything's making sense.
Shital.
I'm sorry, Bruna, go ahead.
No, just to highlight some of the things on the chat as well. I think there were a lot of concerns around transparency, mostly. So reinforcing the call for transparency around these processes, as Valeria highlighted, and also Jim brought up the point of the lack of transparency around the Office of the Tech Envoy as another concerning, another pain point of this discussion as well. So there might be here a consensus around how we want to highlight the lack of transparency around everything regarding this discussion. So yeah, just to echo what's been posted on the chat.
Great. Okay. Oh yeah, sorry, I missed that, Valeria. Does anybody else want to come in on this? So we're talking about a message really to the UN and to the SG about the process so far. Specifically on the tech envoy, we have some potential messages that we'd have to craft via like an online discussion, but that would really focus on transparency. And then we could also reiterate that we are committed to engaging in a process that is meaningfully transparent and inclusive, perhaps. So that is where we've got so far, but then we need to further discuss, and for those who are interested in engaging with the Global Digital Compact, discuss providing a more substantive input on the how. And so that is something that we can also discuss afterwards. But in the meantime, does anybody want to, I tried to do a stock take there of where we are, but does anybody want to add anything to that? And perhaps suggest more messages for Thursday that we might agree on some more specificity around the transparency point, perhaps?
Yeah, I want to suggest that, 1 minute. In parts of the civil society, some dissent was expressed on the idea of even of the tech envoy and on the high-level committee. And in the communication by the civil society, in the formal communication, we could also summarize the minority opinion in a smooth language, and also indicate that such opinions in appropriate language does not purport to represent the views of the Internet Governance Caucus of the civil society, and that would be a little polite on our part to do that.
Thanks, Shiva. I think what we can definitely do is engage with each other via the list and see what we can come up with in terms of those top points about transparency and what we might want to say at the Thursday meeting. And that could also provide a good basis for crafting something more detailed around how we engage, or how we want to engage, how we suggest engagement is done with civil society on the Global Digital Compact. But certainly, if you want to be part of the drafting of those points, you can do that online. Can I set somebody? Yes, okay, so we've got 10 more minutes. Does anybody want to suggest anything else? Okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would just say, yeah, also, along with the process points, it'd be good to, ensure that human rights are at the center of this process, and the OHCHR plays a big role, especially with their new initiatives like BTEC and Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Peter. So far what I've heard, and this is only the beginning of drafting, so I know it needs to be done before Thursday, but some few points that could be taken forward. And again, this is just ideas that have been floated here, but we need to work on them more online, is the concern around how the Tech Envoy's office, the Tech Envoy's appointment so far has been carried out, and the need for greater transparency, perhaps pointing out a lack of transparency and involvement before was what did have an impact that led to the office perhaps not having as much trust and engagement as it could, and that there's need for more clarity and transparency in the Tech Envoy's office's role in this. The need to engage with like the OHCHR and other human rights actors or stakeholders. And I think, yes, that key point around ensuring that that there is improvement in the transparency and participation in any future process on the Global Digital Compact could be helpful. So those are what I drew out of the discussion so far. Does anybody want to add anything to that? The need for more support, perhaps, like actually matching requirements with funding so that the office can do a role of being meaningfully inclusive. So that's something else, adequate funding. Okay.
Shital and everyone, just one more point, if possible. My understanding about the concerns in relation to also the IGF leadership panel, the process around it, is that we are all unaware of what the timeline is, and also how the Office of the UN Secretary General sees the linkages, between that process and the other ones happening. So perhaps a brief mention to that could be also good to include or to consider.
Great point. Yes, so more clarity and transparency on that. We can definitely ask for that. Nana?
I just said here that the Global Digital Compact will be submitted by UNGA 78. That is September 2023. So I will repeat that again. September 2023 is the date, is the timeline by which the Global Digital Compact will be finalized and sent to UN General Assembly. So it is expected that that General Assembly will adopt that compact. And that gives us 2 years. That is beginning maybe 1 year, 9 months, if I may say. So if we really want to do anything as civil society, we're looking at doing it next year, and at the most by June next year, by June 2023. And that gives us enough time to engage. So on the timeline, please note that it is by September 2023. Thank you.
So that's right. That's also right in the middle of the WSIS plus 20 process. Interesting.
That would be UN General Assembly 78. Yeah.
Isn't the plus 20 in 2025?
I thought it was going to be a 2-year process.
Oh, it will start then. Oh, sorry. Okay, I understand. That's really important. Yeah, that's key to note, and I'm sure there will be quite a lot we can say about that. Okay, thanks for that. So, Bruna, did you want to add anything at this point? We have 5 minutes left.
No, nothing so far.
Okay, so what it seems we've agreed on is that it would be useful to have some key points that we want to share with the digital cooperation session at Katowice or here on Thursday, but we have some points already that need
Apologies,
refining. Yeah.
The digital cooperation main session is the day after tomorrow, which is Wednesday.
Oh, you said, okay, I thought you said Thursday, sorry.
Yeah, it's the bilaterals that I'm holding with organizations who are willing. That is on Thursday. Yes.
Okay, so if we can work today and tomorrow on some of those key points and share them with you and share them with everyone else who's going to be there, then we will do our best to do that by Wednesday. And then looking forward, we have a general commitment, it seems, to drafting some kind of letter on the how of civil society engagement to the Secretary General. Would reinforce some of these points that we've already made. And then there's some interest in engaging substantively in the development of it, which will be a time frame from now to 2023 in terms of the pillars and what we could offer and say under each of those. So we can summarize this, Bruno and I, and share notes and kickstart that process for putting together some of those points ahead of Wednesday, in case that's useful for the session. And we will be using, Valeria, the same Google Doc Bruno suggested, but we'll be sharing on the list. And we can post to the another list as well, and that has been engaged, which is the digital cooperation list that I think Web Foundation manages. So we can make sure there's many people as possible who want to be involved in this are involved. But we'll use this Google Doc. I'll post it again in the chat, and the list to coordinate input. Oh, Bruno, you've just put it there. Thanks. Yep, Shiva, it's in the chat. So do have a look there. I'm sorry, the notes are super messy at the moment, but they will be less messy. And then we can start putting together the key points for Wednesday. And that is where we are. We've still got a few minutes, but I'm sure you all have many things to do. Does anybody want to offer any last few reflections or points or ask any questions? Okay.
Well, I would, if we're going to be pushing for like more open processes, like maybe we should bring the private sector along too. You know, I think they've been helpful in pushing for more openness in some UN processes, like the OEWG. So that's a thought. And I'm sorry I'm not there with you all this week.
Yes, that joint letter could be, depending on how it takes shape on the how, it could be very much open to private sector if others agree. We can chat about that perhaps later, but that's been noted, Peter, as an idea, and I know that it could be helpful to bring them on board. So thanks for making that suggestion. Also, sorry that I can't be there with you all. I'm jealous as well of those who are actually in Katowice. Anyone else before we wrap up?
Just one last thing. Siva asked us to help summarize some of the links about the digital compact. I started it on the same document that we're taking notes about the meeting. So there is the link to the common agenda and the resolution you sent. So if anyone else has any other relevant documents, that just feel free to add them to the Google Doc, and then we'll be fine.
Okay, thank you. Great. Does anyone have any other points or questions before we end? Okay. Well, we'll be in touch, and please do look out by email for the latest information on drafting these points ahead of Wednesday and more generally, and do get involved if you're interested in the drafting as well. And enjoy the rest of your day and have a great IGF. I'm sure we'll see each other around in various sessions. So if you have anything that you'd like to share with the IGC list, any sessions you're facilitating or organizing, please do feel free to share that information via the list. And we'll see you soon. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Bye. Bye.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Somehow, logic fallacy, like Anne makes occurrences of child sexual abuse greater.
And there's no actual.
It's like a logical leap saying F-64 and then like in every